Back it up! Back it up! Oh! Roof's going! Roof's gone right now! Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't general disclaimer, obviously I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, here's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that getting to this point was dangerous. The first out of the eye, I mean, look at all the damage just on this little stretch of highway.
Flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it
Stop it right here. Stop right here. We gotta back up. Back it up. Back it up. Oh, roof's going. Roof's gone right now. Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
What's going on? Meteorologist Mike Linden here, coming at you live from the My Radar studio in Orlando, Florida. It is Tuesday, October 8th, 2024, right around 1:20 Eastern Standard Time. Of course, we are tracking the next big storm set to impact the peninsula of Florida. That is Hurricane Milton. As it stands right now, Milton is a Category 4 hurricane with winds at 150 miles per hour. Now, the forecast from the National Hurricane Center is that Milton is to remain a Category 4 hurricane through the rest of today and into the overnight hours before weakening to a Category 3 hurricane. Now, bear in mind, anything above a Category 3 is what we would call a major hurricane. As it stands right now, this is a new update for y'all if you have not seen this here. The National Hurricane Center's track has shifted just a little bit to the south, where Cedar Key is no longer in the cone, but now Port Charlotte is in the cone. It has shifted just to the south of Tampa proper, but you might be thinking, if it's not going directly to Tampa, I mean, are they out of the woods? Absolutely not, and we'll talk about that here in a moment. It is set to make landfall late tomorrow evening, that's Wednesday night, and into Thursday morning, at which point it will cross central Florida all night long and into Thursday afternoon. Now, Jack, if we switch over to the web browser here, I'm going to pull up the cone from the National Hurricane Center so you guys can see this with some timestamps. So notice 7 a.m. I can zoom in a little bit more here so you guys should be able to see it. Right here at 7 a.m., sitting right over the top of central Florida. And that H means that it is either a Category 1 or 2 hurricane. The expectation is that it will be Category 2 at that point. By 7 o'clock Thursday evening, it will be off the coast of Florida. But as you can see, the National Hurricane Center has now begun to issue tropical storm and hurricane watches for the northeastern coastline of the state of Florida, as well as parts of Georgia and South Carolina. Now, I've seen some folks asking on social media whether or not Milton will be going toward Georgia or South Carolina. Of course, those areas still reeling from Hurricane Helene. It does not seem like that will be the case. Now, interestingly enough, it looks like Bermuda could be dealing with some impacts into the weekend, but I digress. As it stands right now, Milton, you can see here these red lines here from the National Hurricane Center. Those are indeed hurricane warnings. And you can see that that is pretty much the entire western coastline and most of the eastern coastline. That includes Cape Canaveral, Titusville, Melbourne, and south. Okay? So let's switch it back over to the app here, Jack. I'm going to be joined here. We're going to be streaming live for the next couple of hours. Our plan, for those of you that are watching, is to be streaming with you through the 5 o'clock Eastern Time update. At which point, that 5 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center is really going to tell us a lot. And at that point, the cone will have narrowed enough that we should have a fairly good idea as to where ultimately the storm will make landfall and what the impacts are likely to be. At that point, we will probably round things out close to 6 o'clock this evening Eastern Time, at which point, for those of you that are watching, if you live in Florida, you need to have your final preparations done, because by tomorrow morning, Jack, if we switch back to the app here, by tomorrow morning, or to the, what am I trying to say? The National Hurricane Center. By tomorrow morning, look at the time here, Wednesday at 8 a.m., that is the arrival of tropical storm force winds. That's 39 mile per hour winds, sustained. So it's not a gust, which is, 1 to 3 seconds, sustained, meaning it continues. And pretty much for a 12-hour period from tomorrow at 8 a.m. to tomorrow at 8 p.m., the entire state of Florida will feel tropical storm force winds. Remember, the storm doesn't make landfall until much later in the evening, if not right around midnight tomorrow evening. The storm has slowed down pretty considerably at that point. Okay? Now, a couple of other things to point out, and it's this one here, the storm surge forecast. I'm not trying to mince words here, okay? That purple color there for Tampa Bay, Charlotte Harbor, 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. So just so y'all understand, Hurricane Helene, a couple of weeks ago, went toward the Big Bend, 100 miles north of Tampa. It still brought 7 feet of storm surge to Tampa Bay. Folks there are still recovering from that, mind you. This time around, it's 10 to 15 feet, okay? That is a 2-story window. We're talking life-threatening, destructive storm surge. As you guys have probably heard, a major hurricane has not made landfall in the city of Tampa since 1921. That was 103 years ago. That record is in serious, serious threat of being broken. Okay? We posted a TikTok on August 29th from Colin McCarthy on our TikTok account. And that TikTok is, blowing up right now. And people are calling Colin a time traveler based on the information that he presented, where he talked about Tampa being the most vulnerable city in the United States for a hurricane landfall. Got to understand that in 1921, the population of Tampa was right around 100,000 people. It's now 2 to 3 million people, more than 3 million, in downtown Tampa alone. Folks that live in Tampa have never experienced anything like this before. So you need to heed all evacuation orders that are being issued by emergency officials. If you are told to leave, do so. Do not stick around. It is just simply not a good idea. A couple of other updates for you. Jack, if you want to switch over to the app as I'm talking here. Something to make very clear. Gas. This is why we tell you for hurricane season to prepare well ahead of time, and especially in the days leading up to it. The storm arrives tomorrow, but as we've seen on social media, we're here in Orlando, folks. We are in the path. So a lot of our employees, our support team are dealing with the impacts. Gas is sold out in a lot of major cities. Lakeland, Florida, for example, no gas. One of our editors for our video team here in Orlando, big shout out to Mauricio, he has gone to 5 separate gas stations in Orlando alone, and they're all sold out. So this is why, again, preparation is very important for a storm like this. Okay? So just going to remind folks, we are streaming across all of our social media platforms in the app as well. Thank you very much for joining us. If you have not done so already, follow us on social media. That way you always know whenever we go live, whenever we drop a new post. And for those of you on TikTok, I see you guys that are watching, we're at 97,000 followers. We are so close to our goal of 100,000. And again, thank you so much to supporting us. We really appreciate it. We are, of course, streaming live on Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch. Big shout out to Chaotic Gabs, a fishing streamer that has really helped us out on Twitch. We're really excited to be upping our content on that platform. So big shout out to Gabby. She's great. All right. So again, I'm going to be streaming with you here for the next couple of hours. We're going to be joined by several folks on the My Radar team. That includes Storm Chaser Jordan Hall, who is on the ground. He's in Tampa. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci, I don't think is going to be joining us. If you followed him on social media, you've probably seen that he is jet-setting all around the world right now. He is dealing with all sorts of travel delays, but Capucci is en route to Florida, but he probably won't be joining us on this stream. Meteorologist Erica Lopez should be joining me soon. And then, of course, tropical weather expert Dr. David Ruglicki, one of the sharpest minds when it comes to tropical meteorology. He will be joining us as well. But David, if you followed any of our streams, lives in Lakeland, Florida. He is evacuating. He is driving to Miami to go stay with some folks there from the National Hurricane Center. Okay, so we will have David as well, live from the car, and David will be joining us talking about the storm. All right, I've got all of your comments in front of me as well from all of our social media platforms. So if you guys have any questions for me, again, I'm going to be with you here for roughly the next 5 hours. Okay, so I'll be answering as many of your questions as they come into us. And of course, I'm going to be repeating myself several times, but we will be getting incremental updates from the National Hurricane Center over the course of the next couple of hours. All right? Okay. So let's take a look at some of these comments. We've got people using the emotes on Twitch, which is awesome. We only have the one, but we've got to add some more, of course. Sandy Rose on YouTube, our #1 fan. Big shout out to Sandy Rose. She says, do not underestimate the impact of this hurricane. And Sandy is absolutely right. Of course, 2022 Hurricane Ian made landfall in Fort Myers. And you know what? I'm going to show you guys in the My Radar app. So, Jack, you got the app up. You're the man. So we're going to go into the layers menu here, and we're going to click on the gear, the settings indicator there for the hurricane tracker. I'm going to select historical, and we're going to go to 2022. And I'm going to select Hurricane Ian. Stand by, let me find it. There it is. So this is Ian's path here, making landfall here near Sanibel Island. You guys can see this on social media. I can zoom in a little bit. There's Ian's landfall, of course, as a Category 4. And Ian was a huge storm, much like Helene a couple of weeks ago. Helene had a 400-mile wide wind field. Milton is different. Milton is much smaller, but will likely grow on a final approach due to the eye wall replacement cycle. Now notice, oh, Jack is in my ear. What's up, Jack? The sharp right turns, you're talking right here? Yeah, I mean, so David would be best to answer that question, but Ian, effectively all of these updates, Jack, were coming in incremental periods, so these are hourly updates from the National Hurricane Center. Okay? But in terms of its sharp right turn there, we'll let David explain that. Ian was a pretty wild storm. And then, of course, Jack, as it worked its way inland, it kind of took this straight path because it loses a lot of its oomph. Hurricanes want to be over... they want to be over warm water. A big shout out to Jack. Jack's directing the live stream. So give me a W in the chat for Jack. Shout out. So Ian went south of Orlando. Of course, we've talked many times about the dirty side of a hurricane. So if you divide a storm into 4 quadrants, right? It might be different because I don't think I'm mirrored here, but you have the left and you have the right side of the storm. Okay? The front and the rear, top and bottom, west, east. Okay? Being on the right side, right, the eastern side of a hurricane in the northern hemisphere is what we would call the dirty side of the storm. The reason for that being is because due to the rotation, it being counterclockwise, that with vorticity and angular momentum, that on that right side, the eastern side, is where you find the strongest winds, the tornado threat, as well as the heaviest rainfall. So with Ian, that right front quadrant was over Orlando, Kissimmee, as it made its way eastward. So if you live in Orlando, Oviedo, Sanford, Apopka, Claremont, and you remember what Ian was like, okay? I'm going to switch back now to the current path. Notice that instead of approaching from the south and west, Milton is coming in from the west, okay? So what that means is that right front quadrant where you find the worst of the worst will be effectively going from west to east across the entire state. Again, and Ian was weakening, as you saw, a Category 1 to a tropical storm. Milton is anticipated to maintain hurricane force winds across the state as a Cat 2. This is going to be one of those rare instances where if you've lived in Florida for a long time, you might think of Charlie as one instance, Irma as another. This storm, if it does indeed verify, could go down as one of the more significant hurricanes in the history of the entire state, just based on the way that the population has increased, the density of people, okay? Looking at some of the weather models as well, the eye of the storm might even pass over Orlando proper, over Disney World. Totally nuts, right? And remember that the threats extend away from the eye of the storm, okay? The eye, right, and the winds around it, the eye wall, is where you find the strongest winds. But the rain, the wind in general expands away from the eye, okay? If you live across Florida, of course, if you live on the western coastline, I hope that you have left. There are tons of evacuation orders that have already been issued for the western coastline, but if you are ignoring those evacuation orders, I need to make it very, very clear to you. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm not trying to instill panic here. But if you ignore mandatory evacuation orders, and you are in need of help, and you go to call emergency officials to say, hey, my house is flooding, come help me, they will not, right? They're not going to put themselves at risk to come and help you when they told you to leave. 10 to 15 feet of storm surge, mind you, for Tampa Bay, okay? The way that that bay is shaped, Jack, if you go back into the app here, the way that the bay is shaped, remember that counterclockwise spin, okay? So from 6 to 12, 6 to 12, over and over and over again. That water is just going to pile up starting early tomorrow morning into the bay. And just the way the bay is hooked there and is shaped, and the way that the bay is, the bathymetry, right, or the shape of the coastline, it looked kind of being like a funnel. That water will come in, and there's nowhere for it to go. So again, you're going to start to see it building and building and building and building, and then the forecast is, again, 10 to 15 feet of storm surge, okay? I'm 6'3". You're talking two of me stacked on top of each other, and that doesn't even get to the tippy top. That, again, 15 feet is a second-story window. And imagine looking out of that window and seeing water at your eye level. That's what we're talking about here. So life-threatening doesn't even begin to tell what this could be like. Okay? I'm sure you've seen on social media, of course, amazing meteorologist John Morales, who was getting emotional talking about this storm yesterday and started to tear up a little bit when Milton was down here near Progreso, Mexico, as a Category 5. I need to make something very clear to you guys. At the point when it was a Category 5 yesterday, and it was right there, just to the northwest of the Yucatan Peninsula, it had 180 mile per hour sustained winds with gusts over 200 miles per hour. I need to make it super duper clear to you how significant that is. That is the 5th strongest storm on this side of the planet. So the Pacific is its own can of worms. There have been some monster typhoons over there. But for the Atlantic, Milton is in rarefied air. When it comes to the central pressure, Milton was stronger than Katrina, okay? And in the top 5 strongest storms in terms of that central pressure that we have ever seen, 180 mile per hour winds. Now remember, a Category 5 is 157 and above. This hit 180 miles per hour. I need to make another thing very clear. You know, while we are staring down the barrel here of a really significant weather event, the fact that it will weaken due to some wind shear and dry air on the western side of it, you're still starting from all the way up here. But I need you to understand, if it weren't for that shear, or if it weren't for, and again, it could still strengthen on final approach. We thought Helene was going to weaken on final approach, and Idalia as well. Nope. The Gulf of Mexico is really the biggest asterisk in the weather world, where just due to how warm this water is, and let me show you that. I'm going to go into the app here, and we're going to turn on the temperatures layer. Right now, you know, you out ahead of it, 83, 85, 85, 83, 83. The water is so warm in the Gulf of Mexico. So that available ocean heat content is just ripe for it. Meanwhile, that front, like we talked about to the north of it, and I'll turn the fronts layer on right now. Notice that that front is kind of now parked over just to the south of Jacksonville. Now you can see that it alternates between warm, cold, warm, cold, warm, cold. That's called a stationary front. So if you watch football, it's like the line of scrimmage, the offensive and defensive line jockeying for position. Now the cold front will win. It always does. Cold air gets underneath warm air. That's why if you go on a bunk bed, it's warmer at the top. Warm air rises. So that cold air is going to get underneath the warm and lift it northward. So that cold will continue to dig eastward and maybe come in, swing in a little bit from the west. That ultimately is going to steer Milton, but it will also work to kind of shear it a little bit, right? And wind shear, what I'm talking about, is differing wind with height and speed. So it's like getting up out of bed in the morning and trying to stretch, and you can't, right? It's almost like you're hitting a wall, kind of, or ceiling. That's the best example as I can give you there. Milton is going to struggle to go northward, which is why you've seen the track start to shift a little bit more to the south, okay? But if it weren't for that front, and if it weren't for the dry air, I can turn the clouds layer on here, and I'm going to switch to water vapor. I'll show you guys here. It will load in just a moment. So this rust kind of colored stuff there, that's dry air, okay? Oh, shoot. Let me pull up the animation slider here. Okay, I'm going to pause it. Where did my water vapor go? I got to keep it going. So the rust-colored stuff all around the eye, that's dry air. And it's going to get sucked into the center of Milton and kind of choke it a little bit, but not as much as we'd like it to. If it weren't for those mitigating circumstances, I mean, we could very well be talking about one of the most significant storms to ever impact the United States. But if we're trying to find a silver lining here, folks, it's that. I mean, a Cat 2 hurricane crossing the state of Florida, not a good time. But there are some factors that could limit its real upper bound limits here. I'm going to answer some of your questions. It's been a minute. But first things first, Jack, if we switch back to the web browser, I want to talk about another threat that Milton is likely to bring, and that is flooding. Here's a look at the flash flooding potential for the next couple of days. Particularly, you can see day 2 through Thursday morning here from the National Hurricane Center. This pink color here, that is a high risk of flash flooding. Pretty rare that you see that issued. That means that there is at least a 70% likelihood of a flash flood to occur, okay? And notice it includes Tampa Bay, Spring Hill, Ocala, Sanford, not Daytona Beach, but darn close, and Orlando. Now, the I-4 corridors right here connects Orlando and Tampa Bay. I don't know if the folks on TikTok can see my mouse cursor. We're going to have to figure that out, Jack, at some point. I think it's because I'm using the camera. But either way. Okay, can you do that on the fly? Do I need to do it in here? Okay. How do I do that? NDI, stand by, folks. I'm gonna fix this, guys, so that you guys on TikTok can see my mouse cursor. Gotcha. So I don't see. I guess I have to open NDI tools. Got it. I see it. Yep. Capture settings, mouse cursor. All right. I turned it on. I don't know if you guys on TikTok can see my mouse cursor. Jack, if you want to switch back to the app. Oh, there it is. Shout out to Jack. We figured it out. Okay, cool. TikTok, you guys should see my mouse cursor now. Fantastic. Okay. So I-4 is the interstate that connects Tampa and Orlando. If this storm runs parallel to I-4, oh man, I can't even begin to think about what that dollar amount's going to be. Now, look at the rainfall potential from this storm, okay? That red color, that's 12 to 16 inches of rain. And remember, most of that is going to come tomorrow through Thursday morning and into the afternoon, okay? So a very short period of time for a ton of rain. But look how steep the drop-off is. From north of Tampa Bay, you know, that's St. Petersburg, Spring Hill, right? Versus down here near Fort Myers, where you could see 1 to 6 inches. You know, still a lot of rain, by the way, but it's going to be a huge drop-off. So we will see the way that this storm ultimately moves. A little wobble in the track could ultimately mean huge changes to the totals. Okay? All right. Jack, let's re-rack it from the top here if you want to pull the app up. Folks, thank you so much for joining me. It is 1:43 Eastern Time here on the East Coast. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with My Radar. I'm streaming to you live from our studio in Orlando, Florida. So we are in the path, okay? We are streaming across all of our social media platforms as well as in the My Radar app. I've got all the chats in front of me here. I will take the time to answer as many of your questions as I can. we're going to be streaming through the 5 o'clock Eastern update, because at that point, we're talking around 24 hours when things are going to get really, really, really serious. Just so you guys know, our plan for tomorrow, we are going to be here, myself, in addition to Jack and our support team. We will be here tomorrow. The plan is to start streaming probably between 4 and 6 o'clock Eastern time. It really all depends on when impacts are going to start to pile up in Tampa. And at which point, once we start streaming, we will be with you through landfall overnight Thursday and more than likely into Thursday afternoon. So we will be here. If you guys need someone to kind of guide you through the storm, we will be here. And, of course, if you need to ask us any questions in the midst of that, we will be here for you. So, one thing I might also add, you can download the My Radar app for free. That is the app that you see in front of you right now. I'm using it on Windows, but you can also download it on iOS, Android, and on the Amazon platforms as well. I've got it behind me there. My Radar is completely free to download. Of course, there are premium features in the app, including the hurricane tracker here, but there is a free trial for all of those premium features. So if you download the app and then turn on the free trial, you'll get the hurricane tracker to get you through Milton tomorrow, okay? Also, if you are watching on social media, particularly on TikTok, holy cow, we're at 98,000 followers. There's 3,200 of you in here right now. We'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us. Of course, it's completely free to do so. That way you always know whenever we drop a new TikTok, or of course whenever we go live as well. Of course, I see all of y'all that are giving us gifts. Appreciate it very, very, very much. Danielle, Sharon, Dee Dee, Mahala, Dot, Florida, aptly named Brenda. Thank you so much for the donations. We really, really appreciate it. I mean, Jack, I think we're going to hit 100,000 followers today, which is so crazy when you consider the fact we had like 20,000 going back to the start of hurricane season. And it's pretty clear, I guess, that y'all have enjoyed our coverage. So we really appreciate it. Tap on the screen as well to send some support. So Jack is happy. All right. Cool. So let me take some time to answer some of your questions here. I am just looking. Oh, okay. Jack just sent me a message here. All right. So big shout out to Chandler, Jack. That is awesome. Chandler is like the Swiss Army knife for My Radar. She just made sure that we have food in the fridge for tomorrow. So that's awesome. Thank you so much, Chandler. Appreciate it very, very much. Oh boy, I just changed something here, Jack, in TikTok. Oh, we're good. Woo! I clicked on something that I wasn't supposed to click on. Cool. All right. So let me answer some of your questions here. Let's see. Let's see. Gabrielle on Facebook says strongest storms of all time. In terms of the central pressure, yes. 180 mile per hour winds. Bananas. I mean, totally nuts. Top five. So crazy. Mel Kent, Virginia. Oh, shout out to Mel. She's got one of our sweet My Radar shirts. She says shout out to Jack and Chandler. Couldn't agree more. Big shout out to both of them. What else we got here? Let me look on TikTok here. Someone said, someone says, Orlando has the Mickey Mouse force field. It will be fine. So that's not a real thing. And Disney World closed during Ian. Now, Disney World, believe me, that company, they want to stay open. But the amount of times that they have closed are reserved for like the rarest of the rare air. 9/11, the pandemic, Hurricane Irma, and Hurricane Ian. I don't think I'm forgetting anything, but that's all that I can think off the top of my head. I'm unclear if they closed during the Trade Center bombing in '93, but that's 4 or 5 significant events. My guess is that they are going to close. The Orlando International Airport has already announced that tomorrow they are ceasing operations for the day. I believe Tampa has already done that as well. It's kind of gonna. I mean, outside of our building, they cut holes in all of the billboards, right, to allow wind to travel through them so they don't get lifted like a sail. So, yeah, the Mickey Mouse force field, no, not a thing. What else we got here? Someone said, who drives the My Radar Cybertruck? Kate, if you were in Orlando for the past month, that was me. Fun times. Somebody to my personal car chucked a cinder block through my windows. So Andy, our CEO, was kind enough to let me drive the Cybertruck around. So I don't have it right now. My car is finally fixed. But the Cybertruck is actually in Albuquerque for the Balloon Fiesta, and it's going to Las Vegas next week. But it will be back in Florida by the end of the month. Yeah, we all love the MyRadar Cybertruck. Say what you want to about the design. It is super fun to drive. I love that. And I'm tall, too, so like being in that vehicle is really great. Anyway, little levity. What else we got here? Questions coming in from TikTok. Someone said... Hurricane Milton's in the chat. How about that? Question, where's a good place for a nap? I'm getting tired. You're working hard, Milton. You're working hard. Someone said Charlie they closed for Disney. Yep, that's another one, of course. I completely forgot. Oh, you did? Okay, Jack actually just said he sent me a list of all of the Disney World closures. Holy moly, it was a lot. Hurricane Floyd. I remember that. I grew up in New York. I remember Hurricane Floyd. Hurricane Charlie. Francis, Jean, Matthew, Irma, Dorian. I forgot about Dorian. I was here for that. Ian, Nicole. Those are all the hurricanes. Just a couple of them. Just a couple of them, right? Unfortunately, Milton is likely going to be one of those names where if you ask a Floridian, because as the expression goes, it only takes one, right? Where you have that one storm and you're like, oh, I remember blank. I remember this. It was crazy. I remember this. Milton's going to be on that list. Looks like Erica is about to join us here, which is awesome. Like I told you guys, we're going to have special guests joining us here throughout the day, which is nice. I mean, listen, I could sit here and talk to y'all for hours. Someone yesterday said, y'all are meteorologists. You guys are professional yappers. You bet we are. Okay. Brooke asks, what to expect in Fort Myers? Brooke, that's a great question. If we look at the app here, you can see that Fort Myers, while not in the cone, remember the way that the storm rotates, you can already see out ahead of it that there's some rain kind of coming into Naples and Marco Island. Not a good thing, by the way, when the ground is already saturated and more rain is on the way. But while you may not get the full brunt of the hurricane force winds, Jack, if we jump on over to the web browser here, again, you can see that you're still looking at roughly 2 to 6 inches of rain in the Fort Myers area. Meanwhile, if we go to the flash flooding potential, you can see that you guys are under that red and yellow, that slight to moderate risk of flash flooding. I'd be most concerned about that. And then, of course, if we look at the storm surge here too, this is super concerning. All the way down the southwestern coastline, anywhere from 3 to near 10 feet of storm surge for Charlotte Harbor. So if you do live in Fort Myers and you're still there, not great. Tampa is going to be worse off seemingly. But this is what I would call, and what the National Hurricane Center would call, life-threatening storm surge. I mean, if we, I've got to get the video prepared, but my gosh, some of the storm surge that we saw in Ian 2022 is just so bananas. This could be on that level for a city like Tampa that has never seen anything like that before. Okay. What else here? We got so many questions here. So here's a question from Nick on Facebook. Everyone keeps asking, will this area or that area be safe? The entire area of Central Florida from Orlando to Tampa is about a 50-mile bubble west to east. That entire area is going to be hit by a very dangerous storm. Enough said. Nick nailed it. Absolutely, Nick. That is completely right. Florida's not a very wide state. I mean, you could drive from Daytona Beach to Tampa and back in a day, no problem, right? You probably do it again in the same day. Let alone, a hurricane, a smaller one. It's only moving at 8 miles per hour, mind you. That means it's going to slowly cross the state. So, Nick, you hit the nail on the head, my man. It's going to be rough no matter where it goes. Okay? All right. Hang on one second here. My chat got cut off here. Oh, I guess it's because people are sending like big messages in the chat. No worries. All right. I still have TikTok here too. All right. What else we got? So many questions. Someone's asking about Sarasota. Yeah, let's talk about Sarasota because unfortunately Sarasota and Bradenton there, not looking too great, right? Jack, if we pull the app up here, right? Remember that this center line just represents the approximate middle of the cone, okay? Anywhere within the cone could represent a potential landfall location, okay? That's why it's called the cone of probability, right? But unfortunately, with Sarasota being on that right side and being on the kind of the southern side, you're likely to get not only hit with the serious storm surge, but some super strong winds, obviously. If you are in Sarasota, you should probably not be there, right? Time is really running out, and I know that traffic there is rough getting out of there. Let's see if I can pull it up. But I know that a lot of the highways getting out of Tampa was pretty rough here. I'm going to pull up Florida 511 here. Let me see. I don't think I can pull up live traffic. Oh, no, it says fast. That's good. Jack, you got the web browser up here? All right. So it looks like traffic is better. Well, right here, it looks like out of Sarasota that things are slowing down a little bit. But a lot of folks have kind of been getting the heck out of Dodge already, which is good. Looks like there's some traffic up here near the villages. But hey, we're not here to do a traffic report. We're here to talk about weather. Anyway, I see Erica in the chat, Jack. Or I see Erica on the screen here. I don't know if she can hear me. Just let me know whenever she's ready to join here. Okay, what else we got here? Listen, I'm going to be with you guys until roughly 6 o'clock Eastern time. We're going to be joined by meteorologist Erica Lopez, storm chaser Jordan Hall. We might even be joined by some other little special guests, including tropical weather expert Dr. David Ruglicki. He is driving. I think his wife is going to be driving. But David is driving to Miami. All right. And of course, I see all y'all watching on all of our platforms: Twitch, Facebook, X, YouTube, TikTok. Got y'all here. Stacy asks about Cape Canaveral. So if we jump back to the app here, Jack, Cape Canaveral, of course, is right here on the Space Coast. And unfortunately, again, Cape Canaveral, while even being on the eastern coastline of the state, still represents a part of the world where, remember, when the storm rotates counterclockwise, you're just going to see all of that surge just getting pushed and pushed back into the western coastline, to the point where, if I go back here to the storm surge forecast, you can see that from Cape Canaveral all the way up into Georgia, we see roughly 2 to 4 feet of surge. Jack, you want to switch back to the browser here? Yeah, that yellow color there. 2 to 5 feet of storm surge right up here into like near Jacksonville, right? Even the St. Johns River expected to see some storm surge. Again, remember just the way this rotates. The real difficult part with Milton is its angle of approach. It's not coming in from the south. That would probably yield the same thing. But the fact that it's crossing the state is rare. You don't see this, right? Again, there hasn't been a major hurricane landfall in Tampa in over 103 years. And if you look at the path of Milton, Jack, if you want to switch back to the app here, if we look at the path here, Milton began here in the Bay of Campeche. And outside of like skirting the Yucatan Peninsula, is basically traveling 1,000 miles from west to east across the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, that is so nuts, right? This is a rare path here. This does not happen. Powdery Mirror on Twitch says, what app was that? Well, the app I'm showing you right here is My Radar. The app is completely free to download. You can download it on all major mobile platforms. That includes iOS. Shout out to Gav. She's quick. You can download it on iOS, Android, Amazon, or on Windows like I'm using it here. A little fun tip for you here as well. If you have it on iOS and you're a premium subscriber, you can access a feature called Routecast in Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, where you will get turn-by-turn directions around bad weather. We're one of the only weather apps in the world to have been approved for that as well. So big shout out to our hardworking developers for making that a reality. It's very difficult to get on Apple CarPlay. There's a lot of safety regulations you have to go through. So someone on TikTok says local news is now reporting it's heading south toward the Skyway Bradenton. Well, of course, that's where the center line of the cone is. So it has shifted a little bit more to the south. But I need y'all to understand that if you are in the cone, you will be feeling impacts from Milton. The next update that comes in at 5 o'clock is going to be super duper crucial. That is why I'm staying with you through the 5 o'clock update, because at that point, we'll have a really good idea as to ultimately where the storm should be going, at which point I'll kind of give you the straight scoop at 5 o'clock there. And then at that point, we'll probably we'll talk about final preparations, what you need to be doing, because at that point, I mean, you have really, really run out of time to get your final preparations done. I know that a lot of local, I mean, gosh, Costco here locally ran out of water like 2 days ago, which I guess, means people are taking this very seriously. There's going to be widespread gas shortages. And speaking of what will be widespread, it's power outages. The ground is already very wet. You're going to have more rain coming. And then you have hurricane force winds up to Category 2 intensity coming through Orlando and coming through Central Florida. That's going to knock trees down. And of course, that's not going to knock power lines down. If you lost power during Irma or Charlie or Ian, you can likely expect that to happen again, if not potentially for an even longer period of time. You can track power outages in the My Radar app too by going into the layers menu. It looks like the stack of cards here. And if you go down to the bottom, we can toggle power outages on. Now, of course, you're not really seeing much now, but if I zoom out, you can actually still see power outages from Helene. Isn't that nuts? Still. I mean, if we go up here to Boone, up in North Carolina, that's where some of that crazy flooding video was out of. You can see in this particular county, there's still 3,200 customers without power. Next door, Avery County, a much smaller county, 32% of total customers. How about where Asheville is, this county? 37% of customers still don't have power. That was 2 weeks ago, folks. And how about down here, Coffee County, Georgia? 61% of customers still don't have power there. Remember, a customer it's not equal to one person. A customer could be an office building or a house or a shed. If it has power coming to it, that's a customer. If you're paying a bill for that particular location, an account, right? 10,465 customers still without power. I mean, if you're going to be watching our stream tomorrow as it makes landfall, you're going to see this map get filled out. I also want to let you know, again, we are here in Orlando. We have redundancies in place that if we are to lose power here and you want to be watching us live. Now, of course, if we lose power, Jack and I are going to be hustling to make sure that we can get back on the air quickly. We have several generators. We have our Starlink internet. We'll make it happen. But bear with us if we are to lose power tomorrow. We didn't during Ian. I'm going to knock on wood here. Hang on. Studio floor. We did not lose power during Ian. We'll see how that goes. Okay? All right. What else we got here? Now, I think oh my gosh, we are at 99,000 followers on TikTok. There's almost 4,000 of you in here right now. If you guys all were to follow us on TikTok, we would hit 100,000 followers. That is so wild. Thank you again for all of your support. These past couple of days have been totally nuts. But again, ultimately, it's kind of like with doctors where they have the Hippocratic Oath where they need to provide medical attention to folks that need it. We as meteorologists are here to do the same for you. The expression I've said to my team, and I'll say to anybody, when it comes to meteorology, every day is batting practice until it's a live game, right? You might have many sunny days in a row, but when that game comes, it's game on. And Milton is a live game in the truest sense of the word. So again, thank you for all of your support very, very, very much. Rhonda on TikTok just asked, did we lose power during Helene? We did not. Helene went up toward the Big Bend. So Helene here in Orlando, it was windy and fairly wet, but the worst of the impacts were up north. I mean, Tampa still saw 7 feet of storm surge during Helene, mind you. Pretty bananas. Someone said, how do you get your app on TikTok? Well, if you go to our TikTok profile, you'll see a little down arrow that says app. Click that and you can download the app for free. Otherwise, again, you can find it on all major mobile platforms. I've got it right here on Windows. You can download it on iOS, Android, even on your Amazon. I don't want to say the next word because I get annoyed when people say that and then it triggers all my lights and everything in my house. The Echo is what the product is called, right? But it's available on Amazon as well, iOS, Android, and on Windows as well. All right. Someone said Port St. Lucie. So Port St. Lucie is really interesting in the sense that it is right here on the southeastern side of the cone, right on the eastern coastline there. Again, I still anticipate there being storm surge in that part of the world, between roughly 2 to 4 feet of it. It will, of course, be raining, but the worst of the winds should be north of you. That is, of course, you're right on the borderline. You're right there. So if the storm does shift a little bit to the south, then you're in the cone, right? So you just need to be prepared. You really don't want to get into the nitty gritty. Shoot, even Fort Myers, you know, you're not in the cone. I don't want to say you're in the clear. There's a major hurricane coming, right? And you need to be prepared for it. It's actually, it's moving now. It's just to the west of Cuba, north of the Yucatan. It has begun turning. So it's moving east-northeast. So at this point, it is kind of on its final approach, right, to Florida. What other questions do we have here? Avery on Twitch says, I just downloaded your app. It is pretty cool. I agree. And James on Facebook says, the app is the best. I also agree too. Thank you very much. All right. What else we got here? So many questions here. Holy cow. Oh my God. I mean, there's 4,000 people watching on TikTok alone, and the comments are flying in. I'm going to try my best to answer them. Hey, Hurricane Milton on TikTok. It was funny at first, but you know, I'm gonna have to mute you. You know, it's getting to be a little much here. Okay, so I'm gonna mute you for 5 minutes. This is serious, ultimately, right? Someone said, do you need to have premium to access the CarPlay feature? So no, you can use the app in CarPlay. Routecast, which is again getting turn-by-turn directions, that is a premium feature. But to have the app just in your car with CarPlay is free. You're good to go. Someone said, how about the Villages, America's largest retirement community? Yeah, so the Villages is very interesting in the sense where it is on the northern side of the storm, right? And it's, as the storm comes ashore, it will be on the eastern side. So the Villages, you know, you're right there in range for some super strong winds, of course. And it's just the angle that it's going to sweep across the state is troublesome. Really, for anybody that's asking in the chat, Lakeland, Winter Garden, Orlando, Apopka, Tavares, the Villages, Oviedo, Deltona, Sanford, Christmas, St. Cloud, Wedgefield, Rockledge, Titusville, Haines City, Winter Haven, Eagle Lake, all of the communities in Central Florida are effectively at the same risk here, just due to the way the storm is going to sweep across the state from west to east. Remember, if we divide a hurricane into 4 quadrants, that right front side, shoot, even the right rear side in this instance, the whole right/eastern side of the storm is where you find the tornado threat. It's where you find the strongest winds and the heaviest rainfall typically. That is all going to be sweeping across the state tomorrow, right? Okay. Someone said, when does it land? So landfall. Landfall is looking likely to be tomorrow evening. Jack, if we switch back to the National Hurricane Center here for a moment, I can zoom in more. Does that help? Can you guys see it now? Oh boy, that's too much. Ooh, gotta be careful here. All right. You guys can see this now? Cool. So you can see right here, the M stands for major, so that's category 3 and above. And look at the time, 7 p.m. Wednesday. By 7 a.m., that's 12 hours later, it will be sitting pretty much right over the top of the state, right? It's Thursday morning, folks. So landfall likely to be pretty close to midnight, like right on that borderline, Wednesday night into Thursday. What makes that, of course, really concerning is the fact that it's going to be the nighttime, and that's not fun. Now, of course, I wouldn't recommend going outside during that. But anyway, Jack, if we switch back to the app here, looks like the TikTok goal is frozen. Did we hit 100,000 likes on, or 100,000 followers on TikTok already? We may have. No, it says, I think, 99,773. I see it. I see it. There's 4,000 people in here, folks. I mean, literally, it looks like we only need 200 more. Oh, shoot. There it goes. It keeps wavering. We're so close to over 100,000 followers. Again, thank you for your support. Almost 75,000 likes as well. Again, we really, really appreciate your support, folks. We plan on, of course, being live tomorrow through the entire storm. I've already briefed the team. It's going to be a long night, as it will be for y'all. And again, this is a rare instance where we're here in Orlando. This affects where we live. We just did it! 100,000 followers! Thank you so much, folks. Holy cow. Wow, wow, wow. That is awesome. Thank you so much. You know what? We're going to add the next. That is so amazing. Thank you for all the gifts. Thank you. We're going to update it. We're going to go for 150 now. Oh my gosh. It will take about 10 minutes to review the goal. Will it? Will it, TikTok? No, it's already there. 10 minutes. Crazy. Thank you so much, guys. Oh my gosh, that is so incredible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my, look at Gabby on Twitch as well. For those of you that are wondering, do they stream on Twitch? You betcha we do. And thanks to Chaotic Gabs there, one of our moderators now, who taught me a thing or two yesterday about Twitch. She just shared a link for a contest that we are running, where if you would like to go storm chasing next year and chase tornadoes with meteorologist Matthew Capucci, it is free to enter. I have not mentioned that at all, but for those of you that are watching, it is completely free to enter the Storm Chaser giveaway. And what's really cool about that Storm Chaser giveaway is that we will pay, Jack, just take the web browser. We'll make this real quick here. So it's right here, the ultimate storm chasing adventure with My Radar. We will pay for round trip airfare for 2 people. I will pay for your hotels, and you're going to be storm chasing for 3 days, right? Pretty awesome. So that is completely free to enter. The winner is going to be announced December 15th. So still plenty of time to enter to win that. All right. The link is actually in there, in Twitch. Someone said, what's your TikTok? We are My Radar WX on TikTok. All right, let's bring it back to the top here, Jack. It looks like Erica is still working there. Unclear if she's ready to join us. I just saw her nodding her head. Oh, she said thumbs up. So I can't hear her yet, but I'll bring Erica in here momentarily. All right, so let's bring it back to the top. It's just after 2 o'clock here. 2:10, I should say, Eastern Daylight Time. Of course, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with My Radar. We are coming at you live from our studio here in Orlando, Florida, where we are tracking Category 4 Hurricane Milton. Of course, Milton right now has winds at 155 miles per hour. That's actually a bit of an uptick from where it was just a couple of minutes ago, 150. Needless to say, it is an incredibly strong storm. One of which that could really reshape the way that we look at hurricanes in the state of Florida. There are tons, millions of people at risk of this storm, and it is set to make landfall as a major hurricane late tomorrow evening, pretty close to midnight tomorrow night. Now you can see here in the My Radar app, I've got the hurricane tracker turned on. You can see the number 3 off the coast and the number 2 over Central Florida. That is, to even see that number 2 over Central Florida makes my stomach upset, right? In the sense where I know, for one, we live here in Orlando, and I've had a lot of people tell me personally, oh, we went through Ian here and it rained and there was flooding, but like it wasn't that bad. Hey, this is a Category 2 hurricane. When Ian arrived in Orlando, for one, it went south of Orlando, but it was a weakening Cat 1 to a tropical storm. Still bad. This is a Cat 2 at that point. Really, really nasty stuff. Jack, if we switch over to the National Hurricane Center here, their website, I'll show you guys the storm surge. This is really what jumps out at me. You can see here for Tampa, 10 to 15 feet of storm surge, folks. That is a second-story window. That is life-threatening storm surge. Helene, which hit a couple of weeks ago and went to the Big Bend of Florida, that went north of Tampa, but still brought 7 feet of storm surge to Tampa. I mean, there are literally still communities there that have not recovered yet from that. Now add another 10 to 15 feet of surge. Again, that's like being on a second-story window of a house, looking out the window, and the water meeting your eye line. Okay? I'm going to bring in meteorologist Erica Lopez, who is joining me through the magic of Zoom. I see Will, too. Will's going to be joining us here in a moment. Oh, he can hear me. He just waved at me. I can't hear them, Jack. But can we bring Erica in, Jack?
Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear Erica. All right, Erica, thank you very much for joining me. Jack, if you want to bring her in, I guess in a little picture-in-picture. So there she is. There's Erica Lopez. For those of you that may not know, we not only provide coverage in English through all of the My Radar social media channels, but Erica and meteorologist Joseph Trujillo Falcon have just been crushing it and have been leading the charge for our Spanish initiative as well. So Erica, you want to tell the folks about My Radar ES?
Yeah, so, we've been posting a lot of our content. If you're wondering why you haven't really seen me doing much of the English content, is because that's what we've been focusing on the past several weeks, especially, it's been a busy, I think, month for everyone here on the team, we were tracking Helene just 2 weeks ago, now Milton. And so, both of those systems affecting parts of Mexico. And so we've just pushed out a video yesterday. We also have a TikTok account, which I'll leave in the comments here in a little bit. So you can go follow our account or go share our account. We've been trying to provide video. We also have a YouTube, Facebook. We're pretty much everywhere on all platforms, and Joseph Trujillo Falcon has been really good at going live on TikTok as well, especially when, I know a lot of you in Florida speak Spanish, and so, it's very important information to share to anybody that that may need it. So just I guess a little bit of a plug for our Spanish language content. Very important, especially with, Hurricane Milton's track and what we're expecting to see, especially in the state of Florida, very significant impacts, not only just because it's the state of Florida, but because it's going to be affecting most of our large cities in the state. I spent a couple of years in Jacksonville. I spent a couple of years in Orlando. I'm very familiar with both of these areas, and it's been quite a bit of time since you're going to see this type of impact from a hurricane. And so those of you watching, I really want you to take this seriously, but the more information that can get, at least the good information that can get to more people, the better. So yeah, Mike, just plugging it in. And I'm here in Texas. I'm not in Florida covering this storm, but thinking about everybody who's in Florida right now. And I know it's a matter, we have about a day or so to prepare for the storm. So I hope you are listening to us and hearing us talk about the path. We don't want to scare you. We want you guys to be prepared ahead of the storm. And what we're expecting, of course, we're going to be with you throughout the next several days here, tracking the storm with you as well. And of course, you guys in Orlando, in the office in downtown Orlando, riding out the storm as well.
Yeah. So we are going to have the whole team. And of course, no matter where you look, whether it's both English or Spanish, we have got you covered across all of our platforms in whatever language that you speak. I also want to bring in digital content creator Will Cano, who I see up on the big board here. So Jack, if we want to pull Will in as well, I see him waving at me. There's Will. Will,
hi,
of course, you may have seen across all of our social media channels. I want to bring Will into the stream here. Will, I mean, this is a storm that is really shaping up to be one of the more significant ones, one of which I think will be studied for a very, very long time. I know you just posted something to our TikTok and to our Instagram accounts. You want to tell the folks about the information that you just put out there?
That's right. So all summer long, I've been posting TikToks on our TikTok page. And just today, I posted one on the 5 cities that we can guarantee will get some harsh impacts from Milton. Now, if you want to, you can look into that later. And we will talk about why these cities may be getting them right away, why they may be getting them more inland, who will get the storm surge, who will get the flooding rains, all of that. Just go and check out the TikTok. And Mike, I also have something I'd like to present if I can share my screen for a quick moment.
Yeah, it should just be a matter of you sharing it. There it is. Yep, there it is.
Perfect. All right. So I also just wanted to take a moment to dive into yesterday, because yesterday was truly a day in meteorological history. This storm Milton is truly a monster, and it's going to be really dangerous for Florida. And what it did yesterday in the Gulf of Mexico truly was historic, and I wanted to take a moment to explain why. So based on strength of a storm, we look at pressure sometimes. That pressure is measured in millibars. So when you think millibars, think pressure, think strength of a storm. The lower the pressure, the stronger your storm is. So looking at what's on your screen right now, this is just a classic nor'easter or a winter snowstorm. Sometimes these undergo bombogenesis, which is a quick strengthening of a storm. That is when you have a drop of about 24 millibars in 24 hours, and that really demonstrates a quick strengthening of a storm. Now, when we look to the tropics, here's a picture of Hurricane Helene, which just hit this past week. Hurricane Helene underwent something called rapid intensification. This is way more strong and forceful than bombogenesis, and it means when a tropical cyclone quickly drops its pressure and increases its wind speed. In the case of Hurricane Helene, we dropped about 40 millibars in 24 hours. So again, that is truly rapid intensification. Now, when we are taking a look at Hurricane Milton, it is truly historic. Yesterday, we dropped 84 millibars in 24 hours. We went down to 897 millibars, which is the 4th lowest reading in the Atlantic Ocean ever. You can see this picture right here shows how we went from a Category 1 to a Category 5, again, in a matter of hours, truly astronomical history right there. And this tweet by Noah Bergen really put it well. This is nothing short of astronomical, at a loss for words, because this is what is nearly mathematically at the limit of possibility. So based on thermodynamics, based on math, there's only so strong a storm can get, and Milton almost got to that point. So truly something phenomenal.
I mean, from a meteorological perspective alone, Will, right? This will be a storm that I think a lot of folks it really is going to set, unfortunately, with weather. And I'm not here to talk to you guys about that today. We're not trying to drive the conversation to that point. But there are some, let's say, larger factors at play on a global level, weather-wise and climatologically speaking, that have likely made this a reality, unfortunately. And Milton will probably not be the last time that we see a storm undergo explosive growth like that. So again, we're going to have Will and we're going to have Erica here for as long as they're willing to stick around. We're going to be streaming here through the 5 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center. Of course, at which point we should have a pretty good idea as to where ultimately the storm will go. Of course, Jack, if you want to pull the app back up, the last update from the National Hurricane Center pushed the track just a little bit to the south. And to Erica or Will, feel free to jump in, whenever. This is just us chatting here. There's a ton of people on TikTok and, of course, on our social media channels as well. If you guys have the restream chat and the credentials to log in, you can see everything coming in. Anyway, the storm here is going to impact us even in Orlando. Now, we didn't lose power during Ian. Knock on wood that doesn't happen this time around, but we do have redundancies in place to be able to stream with you guys. If we do. So nuts. This storm is so crazy. And that tweet from Noah, big shout out to Fox 35 here locally. My wife works at Fox 35. I used to be in local news. I know Erica used to work in TV and meteorology, especially TV meteorologists. It's a tight-knit group. We kind of all know each other for the most part. So it's pretty cool to see Noah's tweet there. I mean, like one of the most viral things on the internet yesterday. So big shout out to Fox, big shout out to Noah. Anywho, back to the chat here. We've got a ton of questions coming into us. If you guys want to ask Will, Erica, myself a question, just let me know. We're working on getting Storm Chaser Jordan Hall into the stream. He is in Tampa and Sarasota. So I know he's trying to navigate getting to a safe place to be. And we also have Dr. David Ruglicki, who is driving to Miami to hunker down there with the folks from the National Hurricane Center. So we're hoping to have David in the chat here soon. But of course, family and safety comes first. If you guys were not aware, of course, we are streaming across all of our social media platforms right now. That includes TikTok, where Erica and Will, I don't know if you guys know this, we hit 100,000 followers a couple of minutes ago. So that is truly awesome. We are well on our way to the next goal.
Amazing.
It is. Big shout out to the both of you guys for posting content there. So we are well on our way to the next milestone of 150,000. But that being said, you can follow us across all of our social media platforms. We are live streaming right now on YouTube, Twitch. Big shout out to Gabby for her help getting us off the ground with Twitch. On Facebook, on X. And of course, we are streaming live in the My Radar app as well. And of course, on TikTok. So be sure to follow us and set those notifications on so that we know whenever we go live or whenever we drop a new video. Right? And of course, I'd be remiss if I did not mention that the My Radar app, you can see it behind my head there. You can also see it right here on your screen. It is completely free to download, whether it's on iOS, Android, Windows, or on the Amazon platforms too. There are premium features within the app. The Hurricane Tracker is one of them, but there is a free trial for the premium features that, again, the app is free to download. You can use the app, of course, without having to do anything involving any of the premium features. But there is a free trial. If you turn that on now, it'll get you through Milton. And then, hey, if you like the premium features, subscribing helps our developers toward doing all the latest and greatest stuff that we have coming into the app down the line. And of course, big shout out to the developers. We, of course, are the meteorology team. We can bring one thing to the table. I don't know about Will or Erica, but I certainly don't know how to code. So big shout out to our developers for being able to bring all this cool stuff to the app. Because anytime I ask a question, of course, I'm not ignorant to the fact that it takes real work to bring this cool weather visualization to you. All right. Someone on Twitch just asked about Matthew. Yeah, Gabby's responding. Yeah, she knows what's up. Capucci is flying. Of course, when I had a conversation with Capucci, I was in Albuquerque, New Mexico a couple of days ago. I was only there for 36 hours before I flew home. My flight was supposed to get me home to Orlando last night. And I said that to Capucci, and he's like, oh, you can probably make it back then. I'll say this. I'm very glad I flew home when I did, because Capucci coming from Canada to see the Northern Lights, I think he's had to he's dealt with 2 flight cancellations. He's connecting 4 times to get down to Florida to chase.
Capucci has the worst luck with flights. Every time he travels, it's just, something does not go right. But, he knows what he's doing. He always gets to where he needs to go. So
fair
even
enough.
if it takes a little longer.
He does. I just saw that at the time, the number 2, Erica, sitting off the coast of Tampa. And I'm like, oh, I have to fly home. This is, again, it's that instance where not only is something very rare, but it also affects where we live. So I needed to come home to make sure that I had my final preps in place. I mean, I have 2 kids, right? They're all good. They're going to be having a hurricane party with my parents. So big shout out to my children and to my family as well. All right, let's see. We've got a ton of questions coming into the chat. And remember, I've got them all in front of me here, whether you're watching on YouTube, of course, in the app, Facebook, Twitch, TikTok. I've got it all in front of me here. So if you have any questions for us at any point, pop it into the chat. We're going to be with you here for at least the next 4 hours talking about weather. Someone said Jordan Hall is the GOAT. I agree. Jordan Hall is awesome. Now, we've worked with plenty of storm chasers, and most of the storm chasers we've worked with have been awesome. But Jordan is very, very easy to work with. If he joins in the chat, or if you see him on social media, just tell him that the Indianapolis Colts are just not a good football team. He'll really appreciate that. Yuck. All right. Oh my gosh. The bots are here on TikTok. That must mean we're doing something well. I modded a couple of people the other day. But I know Erica or Will, if you guys are able to have the TikTok up in front of you, if you can help me block those bots when they pop in the chat, that would be great. Jennifer on TikTok says, my favorite weather app. Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate it very, very much. Let's see what else. Will's got to leave in 5. No worries. Will's got to go to class. All good. Will, we will be here when you get back, and if not, we will definitely be here tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. Let's see this question here. Someone asked, why is Milton expected to weaken before landfall? That's a great question here. So one thing I will say is that we expected Helene and Idalia in 2023 to weaken on final approach, and they did not do that. So there is still, of course, given the Gulf of Mexico and how stupid warm it is, that you might see the storm kind of fighting against that. But there's a couple of reasons why we might see a potential weakening here. First of all, I'm going to go into the app and we're going to turn on the fronts layer. The layers menu is that stack of cards on the toolbar. You can see this big cold front and stationary front that's sitting right over the top of the state. Now, that front is, of course, a trough, whereas high pressure spins clockwise, low pressure spins counterclockwise. So behind that front are ridges of high pressure, right? And of course, this is a trough, that being the low pressure. What ultimately is going to happen is you're going to get wind shear coming in from about coming in from the north there. That is going to work to kind of shear the storm a little bit. In fact, let's turn on the winds too. We can do that as well. Let's look at the winds at the ground. And you've got winds here coming in from the south and coming in from the north and west, wrapping around the center of low pressure. If I turn on the jet stream winds, that's the air upstairs, right? We're going to see a little bit of shear here coming in from the west. Can you see these winds going from west to east? That's the shear right there, being that that's the wind upstairs, while the winds down below are at a different speed and direction. So that will work to kind of limit Milton on final approach just a little bit. So that's one reason. The other is if I go into the clouds layer and I toggle that on, we want to make sure we have water vapor selected. You can see that on the back side, that rust kind of color, and down here south of Cuba is dry air. Storms do not like dry air. It kind of like chokes the engine a little bit, if you will. So it's got both dry air entrainment, just meaning getting sucked into the center of the storm, in addition to that shearing. Now, Will and Erica, I couldn't even think to imagine what this storm would be like if it weren't for these two mitigating circumstances. Because at that point, I mean, you're talking about a storm with nothing getting in the way coming to the most vulnerable city in America, in Tampa. So if there is a silver lining to this storm, it's the fact that we do expect a little wind shear and the dry air to kind of work against it. But one thing's very important for the person that asked that question. I apologize, I can't remember your name. But the important thing about that is the storm is already a Category 4 as it is right now. We're starting from way up here. So even if it weakens, I mean, a major hurricane, Cat 3 at landfall, even a Cat 2 at landfall along the western coast is not a good thing, right? Especially one going across central Florida. And if I zoom in a little bit, right here, I'm just going to turn off the hurricane tracker for a moment. Can you see this number 4 right here? That's I-4 from Tampa to Orlando. This is one of the busiest interstates in the United States. There's people that, of course, commute back and forth. You've got Lakeland here, which, of course, is a big city. You've got right up here in Kissimmee. And if I zoom in enough, right here, I should have it. I was right. This is Disney World. Here's Epcot, right? For those of you that are familiar with the way that Disney is, there's Neptune's Fountain, the World Showcase Lagoon. This is Epcot. And they are in the path of the storm. In fact, Erica and Will, I saw some models. In fact, if either of you guys are able to pull that up on a really hyper level, a really granular level, I saw the eye of the storm in a model I was looking at yesterday going over Disney. I don't know the last time that's happened. So that's pretty unique.
Yeah,
needless
Mike,
to say, go ahead, Will.
I did some interesting research today on that TikTok I made. Disney World and Lake Buena Vista is one of those cities that will be directly impacted by Milton, and they have only closed a handful of times in history, right? For some major emergencies, for example, the COVID-19 pandemic or 9/11. And then other than that, I believe it's a total of 11 hurricanes in history has Disney World closed from.
Yeah, they most certainly want to stay open as long as possible. But if I had to guess, Will, and of course I'm not in mission control for Disney, I would have to assume that they will be closing.
I would too. I sure would too.
Yeah, and that would probably be early Thursday morning.
Right.
I would imagine that they're thinking, hey, this is going to pass overnight. The parks are not open that late. We'll see how it goes. Disney is, they're good. They know what they're doing. Unfortunately for folks that, you're talking Disney World is the busiest theme park in the world. And I would imagine that there's a lot of folks that might even be watching this live stream that are visiting Florida and on vacation. Welcome. Welcome to Florida. This doesn't happen all that often. You had to have known there was that risk, though. It is hurricane season after all. But of course, I hope you stay safe. And hey, come back another time, in my opinion. And Erica, I know that you're a big Disney goer too. I think the sweet spot for Disney World is like mid-January until like early March. I mean, it's perfect weather.
Yeah, February for
outside.
me. I love going in February.
Yeah.
So
perfect
yeah.
weather.
And there's
Disney
less
World.
crowds because, everybody's back in school. It's the winter
Right.
season. People tend to stay home, especially after the holidays. So sorry if you're in Orlando and came for a Disney trip. I was just there a month ago for my Disney trip, and thankfully nothing went, I kind of risked it. I did book it during hurricane season, but thankfully nothing happened. Now it's
Right.
October and we're dealing with this in Orlando, unfortunately.
Yeah. All right. So for folks, again, that are watching us, of course, we are live streaming across all of our social media platforms. We're in the app. We're on YouTube, Twitch, X, Facebook, TikTok. Thank you very much for joining us. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with My Radar. I'm streaming to you live from the My Radar studio in Orlando, Florida. Of course, I am joined by meteorologist Erica Lopez, who you just saw pop up a moment ago, as well as digital content creator Will Cano, who's got to get going here momentarily, but will be with us over the course of our coverage here over these next couple of days. And of course, be sure to look out for Will. He's over here on this side. Be sure to look out for Will on our social media. He's done a lot of great stuff. Will, I know you got to get going here shortly, but can you run through, folks, again, the research that you presented on your screen share just before? And then I guess if after that, you can get going. Oh, I can't hear Will.
That's my bad, Mike. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. Cool.
Awesome. You want me to run through the rapid intensification again?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a storm in Milton here that right now is a Category 4 with winds at 155. But to think, again, a Category 5 is 157 and above. Milton was at 180 miles per hour yesterday. Will, can you tell folks why that is so insanely significant? Again, a stronger storm in terms of central pressure than Hurricane Katrina in 2005.
Right. Yeah, let me see if I can. Perfect. Let me pull up my screen share real quick and make sure I can get this shown to all of you guys. Yeah, this truly is going to be a historic storm, and it already has been. So let me make sure. Can you guys see that screen?
Yep.
Perfect.
It's up.
All right. Apologies for that. So this truly is a historic storm, and it's going to bring the strength that it had yesterday, that Category 5, 180 mile per hour strength. It's going to bring it towards Florida. And while, like Mike was saying earlier, we do hope it will weaken before that, it's still going to bring all of that power in different forms, like growing in size and bringing lots of storm surge. But I wanted to go over just how historic yesterday was in terms of the weather. So pressure is one of the ways we measure strength in a hurricane. We measure it using millibars, which is, again, forms of pressure. The less millibars you have, the lower that pressure is, the stronger the storm. So looking at a couple ways that storms can strengthen, this is just a classic nor'easter in the wintertime that underwent bombogenesis. That's just a fancy word for meaning it dropped 24 millibars in 24 hours. Now, this is a picture of Hurricane Helene, which just impacted us last week. This underwent rapid intensification, which is associated with tropical cyclones and is much more strong and forceful than bombogenesis. Helene, for example, dropped, I believe it was 40 millibars in 24 hours. So again, that rapid intensification. Milton is a completely different beast, though. Yesterday, it dropped 84 millibars in just 24 hours. You can see this on the right side of your screen, going from a Category 1 to a Category 5. Again, just a matter of hours. It truly did drop that pressure like dropping a dime. And Noah Bergen put it really well here on Twitter. He said, "Nothing short of astronomical. I am at a loss for words, because meteorologically, this reached its mathematical limit, or just about that. When you think about thermodynamics and math and all the limiting factors that hurricanes have, there's only so strong that they can become. And Milton just about reached that threshold with that rapid intensification. So obviously, crazy to think about from a meteorology standpoint, but this is not good news for Florida, as that power is just going towards the peninsula."
Thank you very much for that, Will. I know you got to get going. Go do your thing. We will be here when you get back.
All right.
And of
I'll
course,
see you guys.
catch you later, Will. Of course, you might have seen Will across all of our social media platforms as well. Jack, if you can take the web browser here, it looks like Jordan Hall just posted an update here from Siesta Key. That's where Jordan is. So if I take this in full, Jack, we should be able to hear this, right? Here we go. I can't hear him, but is it going out? No? All right. Well, let's wait here. Just let me know when that's fixed, Jack. Somebody in the chat just asked where Capucci is. Capucci is flying to Florida as we speak. Oh, TikTok is hearing it. TikTok's hearing it. Okay, it's playing. The folks on Twitch, YouTube, cannot hear it. Okay, let's try and fix that if we can, Jack. Okay, just make note of that, Jack, and we can fix it afterward. All right, let's round it out here, just because the folks on the other platforms can't hear it. What Jordan is basically talking about here in Siesta Key, I'll just show you his B-roll here. Siesta Key is, of course, right on the western coastline there. And just look at all this debris that's on the road and along the roadways. I mean, this is bad, right? In the sense where with 10 to 15 feet of storm surge, all this stuff is just going to get picked up and pushed by water. That's going to go into houses, like slamming into houses, right? Look at all this debris on the road. That is so not good. Oh boy. I have not seen this. I'm watching it with you guys for the first time here. Big shout out to Jordan. Oh my gosh. Hey. Remember Helene? Was that last week, Jack? Why am I? Erica? Was that last week? My brain is like mush
like
right now.
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I mean, so this is still, being cleaned up after Helene. Holy cow, look at this this tennis court covered in sand. Well, there's more coming. By the way, folks, that got moved because of storm surge. Just 7 feet of storm surge. Look at all that sand in that parking lot. I haven't seen this video. I'm seeing it for the first time with you guys here. Holy cow. Oh, the bots are back on TikTok. We're going to have Jordan Hall here soon. So, anyway, that's Jordan's video. We're going to have Storm Chaser Jordan Hall here momentarily. Jack, if we take it back to the app here, let's answer some of your questions, folks. I see a lot of you on social media. Of course, we've got a little contingent on Twitch. Big shout out to you guys. We've got Facebook, X, YouTube, TikTok. We got it all, and of course, we're streaming in the My Radar app as well. So, what questions do you guys have for me? Okay. What do we got here? What do we got here? Jimmy says, don't pay for an app. Follow your local emergency management. Listen, I agree. Following local emergency management is great, but you're not also going to be able to get updates from them in real time. The My Radar app, for the record, is completely free. Completely free to use. There are premium features in the app, but there is a 3-day free trial. So if you download the app right now and you turn on the free trial, you'll have the path and all that good stuff right on through coverage of Milton. Okay? So do with that with you will, Jimmy. All right. What else we got here? Someone's asking what the plan is for FEMA money. I have no idea. That is a question for someone that is not me. All right. What else we got here? What else? Great question from EJ here on TikTok. Do you think the devastation will be similar to Ian? So if I go to the My Radar app here, it looks, and what I'm going to do is go into the layers menu. It looks like the stack of cards there. We're going to go into the hurricane tracker, and I'm going to turn on historical radar. Okay? And with this, you're able to go back in time and look at storms of yesteryear. I'm going to go to 2022. That's when Ian came through. We're going to scroll down. We're going to find Ian right here. And here's the path of Ian. Okay? So Ian arrived right here in Sanibel Island, Southwest Florida, as a Category 4 hurricane. It worked its way eastward, eventually going south and east of Orlando as a Cat 1, and then a weakening tropical storm. Okay? So that was Hurricane Ian. Now I'm going to toggle on the path of Milton. Notice it is not from the southwest to the northeast. It is almost west to east. And the rough part is that you look at that number 2, that means instead of a storm away from Orlando, as an example, as a tropical storm, this is likely to be a Category 2 hurricane as it pushes across the state. Now, if there are some silver linings to find in this, they're far and few between, but if there are some silver linings here, it's that Milton is a considerably smaller storm compared to Ian. Ian was humongous. Now, Milton will become a larger storm as it undergoes an eye wall replacement cycle, but it's still going to, pack quite a significant punch. The example I used yesterday that I think is fairly solid here is that if you're familiar with combat sports like boxing or mixed martial arts, you have heavyweights, right? You know that they're going to pack a punch. They're big. They're heavyweights. But then you have the smaller weight classes, like a bantamweight, for example, in MMA, it's 135 pounds, right? Now, they can be quite strong as well, and one would argue compared to the heavyweights that they are more efficient with their movement and their overall mechanics. Milton is one of those smaller weight class storms, right? And despite it being smaller in size compared to Helene a couple of weeks ago that had a 400-mile wide wind field, Milton is still going to pack a pretty significant punch. And the bad part of that is that the path that it's set to take. Now, I just changed this in the app. Can you guys see this blue circle on the app? Let me know if you guys on TikTok or on the social media channels. Can you guys see that little blue dot? I see a few people saying yes, right? That's me right now. That's me right now. We are in our studio here in Orlando. So we are going to be here tomorrow. Myself, Jack, Mauricio, we are going to be here in the studio streaming as the storm pushes across to Orlando. Landfall is expected late tomorrow night, close to around midnight, sweeping across central Florida into Thursday morning. Jack, let's jump over real quick to the National Hurricane Center's website here. I want to show you guys the storm surge. This is a super significant amount of storm surge, right? 10 to 15 feet for this purple color here. Of course, storm surge is water being pushed ashore and above sea level, right? 10 to 15 feet, that's a second story window. That is a lot of water. That's, of course, one big threat. Next is the rain potential. Anywhere where you see that red color, and oh my gosh, that is pretty much I-4, if not just to the north of it. That's 12 to 16 feet of rain. Sorry, 12 to 16 inches of rain. Caught myself there. So on top of the storm surge at the coastline there, add another foot of rain over top of Tampa as well. So you're talking storm surge, flooding, and then, of course, the winds. These are the arrival times for the winds. Between about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning through to 8 o'clock tomorrow night, you will be feeling tropical storm force winds. Okay? That's 39 miles per hour and above. Jack, if we switch back to the app for a moment, you guys may not know this, but in the hurricane tracker in the app, you can also see the wind speed forecast, right? I'm going to zoom out a little bit, and boy, look at us right there in that dot, like 70 to 80% chance of seeing winds above 39 miles per hour. That's tropical storm force, right? But as it stands right now, you can see Sarasota clearly underneath. That is effectively a 100% probability that you will feel tropical storm force winds. And you can see Tampa Bay in there. Not great, folks. Again, please understand that we are not trying to instill panic. We are not trying to scare you. This is a very real thing that is happening here, in the sense where one of the more significant storms in recent memory is taking a very rare path from the Bay of Campeche, trekking about 1,000 miles eastward over warm water with barely any land interaction, if at all, just right here near Mexico, pushing toward the state of Florida. The city of Tampa has not seen a major hurricane landfall since 1921. That is 103 years ago. Now, it's going to be a nail biter whether or not it does make landfall as a major. We shall see, but don't get caught up in that. The fact of the matter is that it's still going to be very bad for the folks that live across that western coastline of the state. This is a storm that folks in Tampa will be talking about for a very long time. If you live in Florida, everybody has like one or two storms that you remember. And you'll say, I remember when Irma came through, we lost power for a week. Or I remember Ian, our trash can flew down the street. We should have listened to Mike and put it in our garage. Milton will be one of those storms that people will remember. Might I add, in October, the M-name storms, Matthew, Michael, those are two storms that are now retired names that both brought devastating impacts to Florida. My guess is that Milton will be one of those significant M-name storms, just based on its path
Mike,
here.
Something interesting I saw too on X was somebody tweeted that Michael, when it was retired, was replaced with Milton. So this might be another one of those M names that might be replaced again. So I thought that was an interesting tidbit I saw on X
Wow.
there. So yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for that insight, Erica. For those of you that are unaware, of course, the names for hurricanes or tropical cyclones, I'll pull it up for you here. Just give me 1 second, Jack, before you bring it up. So the names for the... Why can't I pull it up? Where is it? Here we go. All right, now you can pull it up, Jack. So the names for hurricane season are done years in advance, okay? So here we are in 2024. Here's Milton. Next, we've got Nadine, Oscar, Patty, Raphael, Sarah, Tony, Valerie, William. But we already know the names for next year, right? And you might see some names like Imelda here or Umberto. These are names we've used before. So the only way a storm gets retired is by the World Meteorological Organization, the WMO. And typically their criteria for retirement is damage, like cost of damage, impact on human life, right? Or some insane meteorological significance. Check on that for Milton already. 180 miles per hour, one of the top 5 strongest storms that we've ever seen in the Atlantic. A stronger central pressure than Hurricane Katrina. So check with an underline underneath it for that. When it comes to the human impact and the cost, human impact, again, I'm really hoping that people that were told to evacuate do so, right? So we'll see. But when it comes to the cost, the damage, my guess is we're looking at $1 billion disaster here. Just based on the cities that are in the cone: Tampa, Lakeland, Orlando, Kissimmee, Daytona, Palm Bay, Vero Beach, Titusville, Sarasota, Bradenton. There's a lot of people that live there. And there's going to be a lot of infrastructure that will take a very long time to recover. But again, if you look at the names here, to Erica's point, there's going to be plenty of them that you probably recognize. Margot, that's the one you've definitely seen before. Mindy, another one you've seen before. Henri is one you've seen before. Marco, Nana, Omar, Paulette, Sally. These are all names you've seen before. So we shall see. But Erica, that was a great point there. That, of course, Hurricane Michael, my namesake, has been retired. You're not going to see that name anymore. And what that means for the storm to be retired is out of the... What's the word I'm looking for here? You retire the name for many reasons, as I touched on, but it reserves its kind of place in history at that point, right? All right, let's jump back to the app here. Erica, I see that you have the storm surge flooding over here. Erica, if you're able to, I haven't shown any models yet, and I've got folks asking me to show them. If you can pull up some models, we really want to zoom in as much as we can on that like I-4 corridor, because I'm most curious to see where that eye is going. When I was looking at model runs earlier this morning and last night, they're passing over my house in north of Orlando, which is, again, I did not think when I moved to Florida that I'd be seeing the eye of a hurricane go over my house, especially a Category 2 hurricane. But here we are. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Jack, if you want to pull the app up here while Erica is pulling that up here.
Yeah, and I can show a couple of graphics. I see a lot of people, asking for a lot of cities. So I just kind of want to do a broad kind of, impact presentation, and then I can show the models, because I'm just seeing so many questions about different cities in Florida. And so let's break it down for you guys, and hopefully it answers a lot of the questions that y'all have. I'm seeing so many different cities. And so, and I'm going to be working on all of these. I think once we're in the stream tomorrow or even later today, we'll have a little bit more of a city by city: Tampa, Orlando, even Jacksonville. I see some concern for Miami. Pretty much the entire state of Florida, you will see some sort of impact from Milton. We still have about a day or so where you can prepare. But really, let's show you this map here. And you can see that, potential storm surge flooding, of course, that's something that we've been honing in on. Tampa Bay area, anywhere within that purple zone could see 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. And like Mike was saying earlier, we haven't seen impacts like this in quite a bit of time, but I also don't want you guys to forget about what's going to happen on the East Coast. Storm surge also is going to go all the way down to the Cape and even further south. So from, Fort Pierce, Cape Canaveral, Palm Coast, even Jacksonville and parts of Georgia, you'll see 3 to 5 feet of storm surge, something we don't typically see with landfalling hurricanes on the west side of Florida, but because of how the track and its movement is going to go across these areas, that is why we're seeing 3 to 5 feet of storm surge even over here. And, that's a little bit concerning, especially for the east coast of Florida, because, you guys have already seen a lot of rainfall over this area. You saw some storm surge from Helene, and then you're in for another round of this. So coastal flooding and even coastal erosion is definitely going to be possible on Florida's east coast here. But let's show you some of the winds. I saw so many people asking about what kind of winds you're going to see in your specific city. And of course, we're expecting the Category 3 hurricane winds.
We lost Erica. All right. Can you switch over to me, Jack? Great. That was weird. Can you guys hear me? Audio's out. Audio's out. You guys got me? Can you hear me? No sound. Strange. Oh, yeah. Well, no. I see audio going out over TikTok. You should be able to hear me. She cut out. No audio. We lost sound. No sound. Erica's muted. All right. So it looks like they can hear me. So did Zoom crash there, Jack? Strange. I know Jordan Hall is in the waiting room. So great. All right. And we're working on getting Erica back into the fold. Folks, this is what happens with live broadcasts. You guys can hear me, so that's fine. Apologies about that. We'll work on getting Erica back in. But next, we're going to bring in Storm Chaser Jordan Hall, who you just saw a couple of minutes ago, is near Siesta Key. Jordan is he's really hustling with where he is. Of course, Jordan is going to be on the ground for when Milton makes landfall. I see him in the Zoom waiting room there. I also see Erica's come back, so unclear what's going on. I hear Jordan. Do we have Jack? Do we have Jordan? Okay. All right, stand by, Jordan. And then Jack, if you can pull the app up as well. I know you're juggling a lot in the air right now. All right, you guys should see the app now. I see it on TikTok. You guys can hear me, which is good. All right, Jack, just let me know when we're good, and we'll pull Jordan into the fold here. Jordan, stand by. I'm going to answer some of your questions while we get Jordan into the fold. Paul asks on YouTube, will this hit Disney World? It certainly seems likely at this point. Of course, Disney World is in the cone, right? And if we look at that, it's all of Central Florida. Tampa, St. Petersburg, Spring Hill, Orlando, Kissimmee. This is that blue dot. That's me as I talk to you right now. We are right here in downtown Orlando. Deltona, Sanford, Daytona Beach, Tavares, Groveland, Titusville, Merritt Island, all in the cone, right? Someone said the category went from 5 to 3. That's good, right? It's getting weaker. It's not a Cat 3 yet. It's still a Category 4, and in fact, actually got a little stronger. Remember, Category 5 is 157 plus. It's at 155 right now, right? So we're talking about an incredibly, incredibly strong storm that is basically a borderline 5. It is expected to weaken a little bit in the sense where you are going, someone just asked, can the jet stream affect it? You are going to get some wind shear kind of affecting the northern portion of the storm into tomorrow. And there's also some dry air getting sucked into the storm as well. that should help weaken it a little bit. And boy, if it weren't for that, you're talking about, you know, one of the most significant hurricanes to ever hit the United States. And truth be told, you're probably still looking at that same reality, even with the weakening occurring. Okay? All right. I see them in Zoom. Jack, can we pull in Jordan? All right, let's pull Jordan in here. Storm chaser Jordan Hall, who you saw momentarily not too long ago, was in Siesta Key. Jack, can we bring him in? Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Jordan Hall, storm chaser extraordinaire. Jordan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, I don't hear Jordan. I see
You
the
do not
levels.
hear
Why
me.
can't I hear him?
Hopefully the stream can hear me. We'll wait and see. Audio, still got me? Hopefully. No, I don't hear anything.
All right, Jordan, they can hear you.
I can hear you now. Okay,
I
cool.
cannot hear you. So you
Okay.
keep talking.
All right, I'll go ahead and do my update then. So we are standing here in Siesta Key, Florida. You can see behind me, this is the side of the roadway. This is all people's personal belongings and pieces of their homes. And the reason it's so littered right now along the roadway is because of Hurricane Helene less than 2 weeks ago. Brought devastating storm surge all the way down here near Siesta Key, south of Tampa, and did all of this damage. And all these people have been putting their personal belongings and couches and furniture out here to get sent off to the dump. And it's already time for another hurricane here in Florida. So it's all left here along the roadways as far as you can see, which just means when Milton makes landfall, this is all going to be flying debris and be floating around in storm surge, unfortunately. And that's just part of the danger that comes with these hurricanes as they approach on landfall. And I can answer some questions too.
I
if
can't
you wanna
hear him,
pipe your audio
Jack.
back in.
Okay. All right, Jordan, I can't hear you. The stream can hear you and me. But why don't you just continue to walk people through what it is that we're seeing? I mean, all that debris there, of course, from Hurricane Helene, people just leaving it there. I see you nodding. That's good. All that debris there, and with 10 to 15 feet of storm surge coming from where you are right now, boy, all that stuff is not going to be there as we head into Thursday and Friday.
Right, absolutely, Mike. So right here across the road is this little canal, and you can actually see where that storm surge was up and over in these trees. And like the likelihood is a lot of this stuff along the road is going to end up in this canal or back out into the Gulf of Mexico, which is super unfortunate. And again, it's so crazy walking along the roads and you see TV screens and sinks and couches and photos. It's just anything you can think of in your everyday lives that's around your house is just littered across the roadways here in Siesta Key.
All right. So, Jordan, what are your plans? Again, I can't hear you, but we can have a conversation. Jack is relaying for me when it is that you're done talking. What are your plans to cover this? I mean, we, of course, just covered Helene with 7 feet of storm surge up into the, in Tampa, but even more up into the Big Bend. 10 to 15 feet of storm surge where you are. Of course, that is majorly life-threatening. As we say, hide from the wind and run from the water. What's your plan? Obviously, you know what you're doing. You're a professional in this sense, but 10 to 15 feet of water that is coming that doesn't belong there is concerning. What are your plans to cover this effectively?
Yeah, so it is very concerning, especially for these coastal communities. And my plan is to hang out near the main artery systems where the highways are, like I-75. They're near Sarasota, south of Tampa, and kind of line up where the eye is going to end up. Obviously, the worst of that storm surge is going to be there on that southeast corner of Milton. And again, the big question is we won't really know exactly where it's going to make landfall, whether it's going to be north of Tampa or south of Tampa till likely tomorrow afternoon. And that's why it's so crucial for people to evacuate, because seeing storm surge damage like this far south of where Helene made landfall is very concerning, given the fact that Milton's going to be making landfall very close to this area, which will bring even double, maybe even triple the amount of water that was in here recently and that did this much damage. So it is very important to have a safe place, and that's why I'm going to stay closer to those main roadway systems so I can escape if needed, and stay away from some of these flood-prone areas as well. And that's another big thing is all this debris is going to be lofted in the air with the winds, especially if it comes in super strong as like a category 4 or even a 3. It all turns into flying projectiles as well. So that's a very, very scary thought. I do know they're closing the key here and Longboat Key up north around 7 o'clock. They're going to be shutting the bridges down for people as well. They still have these semis that are coming through and picking up these very large garbage containers full of debris, but obviously there's just not enough time to get it all taken out of here before Milton gets here.
So folks are asking Jordan that are just joining us, saying why all that stuff on the street. Folks, Hurricane Helene came up this way 2 weeks ago. Just not enough time to get everything cleaned up. And unfortunately, with now another hurricane coming, you're looking at a bunch of debris that absolutely will not be there as we get into Thursday morning and Thursday afternoon. So very dangerous, all this stuff on the street here. Before Jordan's got to get going, I know that he has to get going here. If any of you guys have any questions for Jordan, get it into the chat right now, and I will relay the question to him. Again, we're working on getting an audio issue here fixed, and I will work on hearing Jordan. I lost his audio here. Someone's saying it takes months to clean up. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It takes weeks to months to clean up, but unfortunately, Mother Nature has a bit of a sick sense of humor with sending this. Someone asked where Jordan is. Jordan, you're in Siesta Key, right?
Yep, we're in Siesta Key, Florida right now.
Okay. Can you explain to people where that is in relation to Tampa?
Yeah, so I'm in Siesta Key, south of Tampa, probably about 30 to 40 miles. And it's on the west side of Sarasota, Florida. You have to cross a couple of bridges to get out here, which will be closed this evening by the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Jordan, guys, before he's got to get going? Now is your chance to ask Jordan. Of course, remember, we will have Jordan as part of our live streaming coverage tomorrow, where you will see his camera. I mean, I remember during Helene, it was looking real dicey for Jordan there for a minute as we were watching the water rise. And of course, I reached out to Jordan to make sure he was okay, and he was calm as a cucumber. That's Jordan for you. Jordan's, you know what? I'm going to pull it up here, Jordan, as you're talking here, and Jack will take it up on camera. I want to show folks the video that you sent in to us earlier of all of that debris. I mean, Jordan, the video of I got to jog ahead to the video. Yeah, here it is. All of the sand on those tennis courts. I mean, just walk people through the video, but we'll pull it up on screen so they can see it too.
Yeah, so as you can see on the video, you can see all that sand that's piled up. That's from Helene earlier, and the roads still have sand all over them. They had to bring bulldozers in here just to clear the highways off and the roadways off so people could navigate. And just as fast as they removed it, it does look like it's going to get brought right back in. And again, all of these people's personal property, beds, doors, TVs is all just going to get swept right back out into the water. And it's really sad to see it here in Florida.
All right. So, Jordan, do you, I guess you'll have to nod your head here. Do you got to get going now?
Yeah, I gotta move, but I can hop back on here hopefully before 5, maybe.
All right, I still can't hear you, Jordan. But if you have to get going, feel free to drop off. Obviously, we'll, we've got a lot more happening here. For folks, cool. Again, that's Jordan Hall, storm chaser extraordinaire. I mean, the guy was literally at a conference like yesterday and drove all the way down to Florida. So kind of like Capucci, Jordan is the road warrior. Capucci is, he's all over the place when it comes to flying. So Capucci's on his way to Florida. Jordan, thank you very much for that. Jack, I guess if you want to pull the app back up, we can do that. All right. let's round it off to the top here. And then, Jack, let me know if that audio issue is fixed, because then I'm not going to be able to hear anybody. All right. Folks, my name is Mike Linden. Okay. Folks, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with My Radar. Thank you very much for joining us here. It is 3:07 Eastern Time. I am coming to you live from the My Radar studio here in Orlando, Florida. Yes, if you're looking on your screen, that little blue dot, that's me, right? That's us here in the My Radar studio. Someone said VLC for the win. Yeah, I'm working on pulling something up. I want to show you guys something. We have some cameras up on our roof, and oh, great, perfect. All right, excellent. So we'll have some cameras here on our rooftop here that hopefully we will be able to see. Jack, let me know when those are ready as well. And again, we'll have to resolve that Zoom issue here. Anywho, we are of course talking about Hurricane Milton today. If I zoom out, click on this storm here. So Hurricane Milton is a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 155 miles per hour. To put that into perspective, folks, a Category 5 hurricane has winds of 157 miles per hour. So we are like right there on a razor's edge between this being a Category 5. I don't think that that's going to happen, because as Milton begins to turn east-northeast here, it is getting sheared a little bit, just a teeny bit, and that is likely to help it weaken on its final approach to the state here. And of course, the state of Florida, where it is expected to make a historic landfall somewhere along the western coast of the state late tomorrow evening into Thursday morning, at which point it will cross central Florida. And again, Lakeland, Bartow, Ponciana, Kissimmee, Orlando, Apopka, Sanford, New Smyrna Beach, Daytona Beach, Melbourne, Palm Bay, all inside the cone right now as a Category 2 hurricane. If you are thinking, hey, we did fine during Ian, Ian was a weakening tropical storm by the time it came through central Florida. This will be a Category 2 hurricane. We are in rarefied air here, folks. If you remember Irma, Charlie, these are storms that trigger, scratch a weird itch in Floridians' brains that remember that they didn't have power for Irma for 2 weeks, or during Charlie where they weren't able to sleep and they have nightmares about it. Milton will likely be one of those storms that people talk about for a very, very long time, especially so if it makes landfall in Tampa, being that Tampa has not seen a major hurricane landfall since 1921. That was 103 years ago, at which point there was only 100 some odd thousand people that lived in Tampa. Today, more than 3 million people live in Tampa. So you're talking a very densely populated city where building codes are a lot older. Of course, building codes have changed in Florida since Hurricane Andrew, but the infrastructure in Tampa has not necessarily adjusted because they kind of lack a lot of experience being hit by hurricanes. It does not happen often for this part of the world. That's why when lately people move to Florida, people would say, oh, I live in Tampa, hurricanes don't come here. It only takes one. And Milton is really looking like the one at this point. Couple of other updates to pass along to you. The track has shifted just a teeny bit to the south, a teeny bit. And miles matter here because it looks like we lost connection over there, Jack, with the app here. I'll connect it back for you. Miles matter because in this sense, there you go, you got it back. The eye of the storm, yesterday Milton's eye was only 4 miles wide. That is so narrow. And of course, these smaller eyes mean that the storm is stronger, those pinhole eyes. Something I haven't shown yet, Jack, if we take the web browser here, I'm going to go to tropicaltidbits.com. Big shout out to Dr. Levi Cowan. This website is awesome. We're going to go here to the IR and look at that storm. Now, a couple of things to notice about this storm. Number one, it's not very big. It is a small storm. Charlie was a small storm. In fact, Charlie was so small and Ian was so big that Charlie as a whole could fit inside Ian's eye, right? Now, just because a storm is smaller doesn't mean that it's weaker. This is a storm that yesterday had winds of 180 miles per hour. That ranks it in the top 5 strongest storms we've ever seen in the Atlantic Basin. Stronger than Katrina, right? When we're talking central pressure. Just absolutely insane. Yesterday when the Hurricane Hunter's flight was flying through the storm, and as it was crossing the eye, the pressure was dropping and dropping and dropping. I've never seen that before. Never seen that before. And Milton continues to defy expectation. Number one, you guys see the pink around the eye here. Those are what we call hot towers, right? It's like a car, like pistons in a car engine going up and down, right? I mean, all that's showing me right now is that we have a super powerful storm. Again, silver lining, it is small. It will get larger though. And that is through a process called eye wall replacement, or the eye wall replacement cycle, or ERC, you might hear it. And effectively what that happens is, with the storm kind of wobbling a little bit, the eye kind of wraps, like a secondary eye starts to form around the inner eye, and then the inner eye disappears. And when that happens, it's effectively like the storm, like taking a deep breath, like in and exhaling. And when that happens, the storm kind of stretches out a little bit, and that's where they become larger rapidly. We've already seen one eye wall replacement happen. That was overnight. That was last night and into this morning. And that is something that we will closely watch here, especially as it begins to get sheared on the northern edge, as it begins to work its way toward the coastline. Dr. David Ruglicki will be joining us. I don't know if he's going to be joining us today. I know that he's driving to Miami today. He lives in Lakeland, so he is evacuating there. David also going to be shacked up with some folks from the National Hurricane Center, which is great. So we'll have a lot for David once he arrives in Miami. But the storm as it stands right now, again, not very large here on infrared satellite. I'm sure a lot of folks are asking what the heck is going on up here. That is, of course, very heavy rain. And then right here, you can see you guys can see my mouse cursor, right? You should be able to. I'm circling it there on TikTok. You should be able to see it. Out ahead of it to the northeast, those are likely to be some very powerful thunderstorms, if not, that could be supercells, meaning rotating thunderstorms, right? I mean, just really, folks, this is such a banana storm here. Let's go over here. Let's go back to the storm as a whole. I mean, the spaghetti plots, you know, we haven't even looked at these today. You can see that the spread is not very wide. This run here, I think this was the GFS ensemble here, taking it a bit farther to the south, which is very interesting to see. If we go over here, here's the GFS. Yeah, that's Tampa. Yeah. Okay. And we'll look at the GEPS. Pretty much Tampa as well. Yeah, so we're starting to hone in on reality here. Now, the intensity guidance, this is looking at all of those model runs. I can zoom in a little bit here. You can see that some of the models that are kind of outliers in this sense are forecasting it to become a Cat 5. But remember, folks, we're kind of right here, right now. It's really running out of time before it enters a less favorable environment, and that's on final approach to the state when you start getting the shearing and you start getting the drier air. But if you look at effectively the bulk of the modeling, most of it are showing it as a Cat 4, which is what the National Hurricane Center has. But the key is what happens here. 4 days from now, which would be Thursday afternoon, you're seeing the storm off the coastline there at roughly Category 1, Category 2. But right in here is landfall, right? So what's really concerning, of course, is that you see Cat 3 there, and that Cat 3 is 36 hours. So again, if you're looking at the time based on the initialization of this model, you're effectively talking about overnight. There's the possibility that you might see it maintain Category 3 intensity on its way inland. That would mean folks in Lakeland, shoot, maybe even into Kissimmee and Orlando, you might start to feel Category 3 intensity, which is just so nuts to even have to say. But that's where we are. That's where we are right now. All right, let's get out of there. So, Jack, let's jump back to the app here. Or rather, you know, leave the web browser up, actually. Let's go back here to the National Hurricane Center. The next big update from the NHC is coming at 5 o'clock. It's 3:16 right now. So we'll have the next big update from the NHC at 5. I'll stay with you through the 5 o'clock update. But at that point, it's kind of a matter of y'all needing to prepare. If you live in Florida, shoot, even for us as well, final preparations, you know, they have to be underway, right? You look at the landfall, it's going to be sometime between 7 o'clock tomorrow evening and 7 a.m. Again, I would split the difference, call it midnight tomorrow, 11 to midnight, at which point the storm will be sitting over the top of the state of Florida, which is so nuts, again, to even have to say. This is a very unusual path for a storm. Typically, they'll ride up the western coastline, come in from the east, but it's very rare that they cross the state like this and run parallel to the major intersections, major interstates there. When it exits off the eastern coastline there into tomorrow evening, of course, remember this rotates counterclockwise, which means that, yes, it will push water up into here along South Carolina and Georgia. That yellow color, mind you, is a tropical storm watch. And the same thing goes for the Bahamas here. But perhaps one of the most troubling impacts here is the storm surge. The number one killer when it comes to natural disasters, the number one killer is flooding. And with 10 to 15 feet of storm surge, that purple color there for Tampa Bay, I mean, that is very bad. I'm not trying to mince words. I'm not trying to instill panic. I'm just telling you like it is, folks. That is a lot of water. Again, 10 to 15 feet of storm surge, which is water being pushed above sea level. 15 feet is a second-story window of a house. So imagine if you have a two-story house looking out the window and the water is meeting your eye line and everything beneath the water is, of course, underwater. There's Tampa and Tampa Bay. And, of course, the way that it is shaped and with the way that storms rotate counterclockwise, 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 all that water starting early tomorrow morning is going to be pushed into the bay, and there's nowhere for it to filter out. Bad. Not good. 6 to 10 feet of storm surge near Bonita Beach and into Charlotte Harbor. Also not good. Shoot, even down in the Florida Keys, 1 to 3 feet. And then I'm sure you're thinking, what's going on over here? Port Canaveral, up near Jacksonville, 3 to 5 feet. Remember, with the way storms rotate counterclockwise, that means as the storm is sitting right over the top of the state, remember, all that wind at the lower level is just slamming into the eastern shoreline here and likely to cause some damage. For folks, I know that there's houses on stilts effectively up near Daytona Beach. Those are at serious, serious risk. You need to not be there when the water arrives. And at least, you know, when you've seen a lot of the video on social media of people being out on the roads and getting away from this, particularly on the western side, that they are heeding the words of emergency management and meteorologists, because it's troubling. This is a very troubling path. On top of that, let alone the rain, or let alone the water that's being pushed in from the Gulf of Mexico, is the rain. And anywhere where you're seeing this red color here, that represents 12 to 16 inches of rain. So on top of the 10 to 15 feet of storm surge, add another 1.5 feet on top of that coming from the sky. So, of course, this will cause inland flooding. You're not going to see... Hey, we'll pull those up in a second here. Oh, that is awesome. We have the 2, Jack? Or do we have the other one that points... I guess we have another 2. We don't have the others yet? Gotcha. I think... Okay, sounds good. Let's pull it up, Jack. Let's show the folks. Let's show south. We'll get back into the impacts here in a moment. Folks, above me right now, that is a view from above the My Radar office, looking south. Right there in the foreground, you can see the Kia Center where the Orlando Magic play. Bit of a breaking news: Wendell Carter signed a 3-year contract today. So big shout out to WC. Anyway, you can see the Fairwinds building there. I think it's Fairwinds. I can't see. It's Fairwinds, right? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's looking southbound. So tomorrow, the issue is it's going to be late at night, but these cameras are pretty good. They should be able to... That camera's going to look a whole lot different into tomorrow. Jack, let's switch to eastbound, because I want you guys to see this. I brought this up earlier. Can you see that billboard in the foreground? Look at what they did to it. The folks that went up there, the people that own the billboards or manage the billboards went up and cut holes into the billboard there, because, again, otherwise... that thing's going to come flying off. It's a sail at that point, right? So effectively, that's going to allow wind to penetrate the billboard. Big shout out to Andy and Omar for fixing the cameras on the roof. We have not had those cameras functioning since Hurricane Ian a couple of years ago. So to have them now, big shout out to those guys. I did help wire them up, though. So big shout out to Brad. And to this guy here for the networking. So I learned how to, what's the word? How to clamp. What is it, Jack? How to make an Ethernet cable. Hang on here. I got to grab some water. I've been talking for like 3 hours. Crimp. Yes, crimp is the word. Thank you, Jack. All right. So, Jack, that'll be great for tomorrow. We'll be able to take that in a little picture-in-picture. Let's jump back to the web browser here, and we'll talk about impacts. Again, look at how much rain, that red strip across central Florida. I mean, that's Daytona Beach right there. 12 to 16 inches of rain. And of course, with all of that rain means flooding. And anywhere where you see that purple color is a high risk of flash flooding. That's 70% or greater. Needless to say, the word does a lot of heavy lifting there. It is a high risk. It is very dangerous. Again, folks, for those of you that are just joining us that are unaware, I was in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I flew in on Friday. I landed at 10:30 local time. I was out there for Balloon Fiesta. I was setting up a bunch of stuff, working with folks on the ground there. Went to sleep at 8 o'clock local time, p.m. Woke up at 2 a.m. on Saturday to go out to Balloon Fiesta. Fast forward to 7 a.m. local time, and I am paying close attention to things that are happening in the weather world, and I start to see the area of interest over the Gulf start to tick up and tick up and tick up. And then boom, Tropical Depression 14 has formed in the North Atlantic. And Jack, if you switch back to the app here, I effectively see this path here. Instead of that number 3 at the time, it was number 2. And I see Tampa in the cone. I see Orlando in the cone. And I go, okay, I need to fly home. And I flew home on Saturday. So like less than 24 hours, or no, 36 hours in Albuquerque. And I flew back for this. Crazy, crazy times that we're living in here. Everyone's switching graphs. I don't know what you mean there on TikTok. Anyway. Anywho. Folks, we are streaming and coming at you live across all of our social media platforms. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with My Radar. We are coming at you live from our studio here in Orlando, Florida. Y'all can see the app right here. That blue dot, that's me. That's us right here in Orlando. We will be streaming with you through the 5 o'clock update that comes out in about an hour and a half from the National Hurricane Center. We're going to talk about that, break things down. Hopefully at that point I can have tropical weather expert Dr. David Ruglicki on the phone. If we don't, it is what it is. But our plan at that point, folks that are just joining us, is that we will be streaming tomorrow. The plan is to start streaming tomorrow evening and then stay with you for as long as we possibly can. If we lose power here at the office in Orlando, we do have some redundancies in mind to be able to get back up and running. But it is going to be a very long evening for the people of Florida tomorrow. Milton expected to make landfall tomorrow evening, very late. It was at one point looking like 8 o'clock at night. It's looking closer to 11 to midnight, overnight and into Thursday, at which point, almost under the cover of darkness, a category at the time 2 hurricane will track west to east across Florida. I cannot even believe that that's coming out of my mouth right now, but that is the reality of our situation here. Okay, so we are going to be streaming tomorrow. Be sure, if you have not already, to be following us on social media. Of course, you can download the My Radar app. That's the app I'm using right here. It's behind my head. It's above my head if you're watching on one of the social platforms up there. It is completely free to download. You can look for it on all major mobile platforms. That's iOS, Android, Windows, as well as on Amazon too. The app is completely free to download. There are premium features, one of which is the hurricane tracker here, where you can put the path on the map. But there is a free trial to the premium features for 3 days. So if you turn on the premium, if you sign up for the free trial, I should say, you'll have it for the next 72 hours. At that point, if you like it, great. That helps our developers make exciting new stuff for the app and help support development. Okay? I also want to add that if you're following us on social media, we'd really appreciate it if you're not following us, we'd appreciate it if you were. We're at 103,000 followers on TikTok. We hit 100,000 earlier today. Thank you very much for your continued support. We really, really appreciate it. If you haven't already, follow us. It's completely free to do so. That we always know whenever we go live, or of course, whenever we drop a new video. Same thing goes if you're watching on X, Facebook, YouTube, even on Twitch. Big shout out to Chaotic Gabs. I don't know if she's still in the Twitch chat there, but she's a fishing influencer. I highly suggest that you follow her on Twitch. She helped us shape up our Twitch. So big shout out to her. She's saying stop. Listen, this is what happens. Appreciate the help very, very, very much. Again, she's saying stop shouting me out. Thanks. She's on Twitch. Go say hello. But either way, we are on all major mobile platforms streaming live. So be sure to follow us on wherever platform that you'd like. And of course, you can watch live in the My Radar app as well. With that said, let me answer some of your questions because I see a ton of them coming in. I've got all of them in front of me here, in front of my face. So let's answer them, shall we? Cool. Let's see what we got. Someone is asking someone to be blocked on YouTube. If they broke the rules, then they will get blocked. We shall see. Anyway, all right. What do we got here? Someone said, since 92 said, big shout out to the My. And yeah, I got to mention all the people, by the way, that are giving us gifts here on TikTok. Y'all are like, thank you so much. I don't think I've seen any super chats on YouTube. I'm sorry if I have, or any people subscribing on Twitch. I haven't seen it in front of me. I might have to change that for tomorrow. Susan, your Aunt Brandy, Julitza, Sharon, Raptor, Solo, Josie, Nicole, Anna, Yoli, Justin, Vega, Red Raven, John, Whitney, T, Destiny, Positive Lucky Vibes. We need a lot of that right now. Chaotic Banana, Strict. Thank you so much. Hey, Dylan Turner just became a subscriber on Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much for the support and for the 198,000 likes on TikTok for tapping the screen there. One thing I have not even mentioned once is, if whatever social media platform that you are watching on, please share the live stream. That way, if there are people that live in Central Florida that need this kind of information, they can see it. So you may know someone that knows someone that knows someone that's flying into Orlando to go to Disney World. I was flying back from Albuquerque, and there was a stressed out dad sitting next to me who was flying with his family that day to go to Universal Studios. Gonna be a tough couple of days here, Dad. Sorry about that. But hey, share it and let's get him into the into the stream here. All right, I see the guy on YouTube. Yeah. So he's going in timeout. How about that? I think I put him in timeout. Cool. He should be in timeout on YouTube. Looks like as we continue to grow, we're going to need mods on all of our platforms here. All right. So we've got a bunch of... oh, here we go. Fernando on YouTube. He's in Brazil. Big shout out to the Seleção. I'm a big Arsenal fan, so big shout out to Gabriel Martinelli, Gabriel Jesus, my guys. It says his wife and son are in Orlando in a hotel. What would be the best way to stay safe? Well, number one thing would be to listen to the folks in the hotel, right? They're going to tell you where the safest place is to be. But you certainly don't want to be out on the roads when this thing arrives. So, of course, the hotels will have, I mean, if you're staying there and you're a paid guest, I'd imagine that they're going to give you water and everything that you need. But you're kind of just hunkering down, right? You're kind of just hunkering down. Someone on Twitch, it's so overrated, no need to panic. I'm not trying to instill panic. I'm just trying to tell you like it is. This is a super rare path across Florida with millions of people at risk. Widespread power outages are super likely. We've already had what's called a predecessor rain event. Think about it like the appetizer before the meal. That means that it has rained a significant amount, right? Then you add more rain on top of that from the coming storm, which of course loosens the ground. There's lots of palm trees and trees here in Florida. Then you have hurricane force winds, potentially of Category 2 intensity, that knocks those trees down. And then of course it leads to power outages. Not a fun time. So if that's overrated to you, sir, hey, it is what it is. It's very serious. What else we got here? Oh my gosh, hang on. Yeah. Keep the politics elsewhere, folks. What else we got on TikTok here? Someone said, I thought it was a Category 5. So you can see on the app right here, right? 155 miles per hour. Cat 5 is 157. So, I mean, we're splitting hairs here. but it's not going to make landfall as a Cat 5, or at least fingers crossed it doesn't. There's a lot working against it with wind shear and drier air getting sucked into the storm. Whether or not it becomes a Cat 5, I don't know, right? It's not forecast to do so. Great question here from Melpal. Is there a Category 6? No, there is not. I have not said this once, but I'm going to say this right now. For whatever reason here lately, like over the past couple of weeks, there has been this proliferation of complete and utter nonsense on social media, talking about storms being manipulated, or the government making storms, or HARP, or all this dumb stuff. Folks, that is not real. You are literally being taken advantage of by people that are insulting your intelligence, right? By farming your engagement for money, right? Do not fall for any of that nonsense, right? In the same way how you go out to a nice restaurant and you trust the chef to make you something good because the chef knows what they're doing, you need to trust scientists and meteorologists that know what they are talking about, right? We have a team of meteorologists here. I am a meteorologist. My goal is to not lie to you or to manipulate you and at all, right? I don't know why it is. There's so much nonsense on social media these past couple of days. There's no such thing as a Category 6. These storms are not being manipulated, or they didn't come out of nowhere. And when you're looking at a radar and you see later at night, like they start to swell, that's called radars that are in clear air mode that then switch. Or they're birds. It's October, you know that, right? Like it's about to be winter, birds fly south. Radars see that too. Anyway, enough with the soapbox moment there. I'm just so sick of it. Someone here said cloud seeding. That experiment, like David talked about this yesterday, was effectively a failure. So anyway, when David's in, we'll talk about that. But point is that, my gosh, there's so much nonsense on social media nowadays. Maybe it started when Twitter became X. I don't know. A little bit of levity here. Someone on YouTube said birds aren't real. Those guys are funny. Those guys are funny. Okay. Someone on Twitch, great channel, because you don't want me shouting your name out anymore, I guess, said, can you explain wind shear? Okay. Wind shear. Great topic to talk about here. Hang on one second. I got to get some mods on YouTube now. Folks, stop with that nonsense. Okay. Someone said it's literally climate change, not anything else. Preach. Anyway, question was wind shear. Wind shear is a change of wind speed and direction with height. Okay? So effectively, if you have winds down here at the surface going at one speed, and you have winds up here upstairs, right, going at a different speed, they're working against each other, right? So what's going to happen here, and I'll show you this in the My Radar app, and then I see David, Jack. I don't know if I can hear him. We were having that issue before. Please let me know if that's resolved. But I'm going to talk about wind shear here for a moment, and then we can pull David in. What great timing to bring David in so we can talk about some of the nonsense we've seen on social media. But I'm going to turn on the winds layer. Again, in the My Radar app, it looks like the stack of cards there, right? So right now, in the winds, you have two options. We have ground-based winds and jet stream winds. I'm going to turn on the ground-based winds for right now. It takes a second to load, right? But the winds at the ground are, you guessed it, at the ground. So right now you can see winds coming across the state of Florida, coming in from the east and filtering around and like a toilet bowl getting kind of sucked into the center of holy cow, of Milton. I just completely blanked on the name of the storm, of a Hurricane Milton, right? Of course, low pressure is a sink, right? So like pulling in the air. Now, I'm going to switch to the jet stream winds. Pay very close attention to those winds coming across Florida there from the east to the west. That's at the ground. We're going to switch to the jet stream. That's the air upstairs, okay? And look what we see with the jet stream, okay? Wouldn't you know it, right above Tampa here, you see the winds coming in from the west, the complete opposite direction from the winds at the ground that are coming in from the east. That is wind shear. Hang on one second. What is going on with all these people on YouTube? Yeah, no kidding, Todd. The chat is lit over there. Holy cow. So again, you have winds at different speed and different heights. That's wind shear, okay? So in the sense where you have Helene here coming, Helene, oh my gosh, you have Milton coming to the west coast. Meanwhile, you're going to have winds right there in the, effectively to the north of it, kind of working to shave the top, take a little off the top, if you will, right? And that's the wind shear. That's what's going to work against it and help weaken it a little bit. Remember, these storms, like spinning a top, okay? So when you spin the top, I'm losing my mind here, folks. It's like an ice skater spinning. Arms are closer together, right? It's able to maintain that angular momentum and remain in place. As soon as those arms start coming out wide, you start to wobble a little bit and you lose a little bit of that strength, right? Same thing when the top starts to wobble too and eventually it falls over. It loses all of its oomph. Wind shear will work against this in the grand scheme of things. Now with the clouds as well, I'm going to turn that on too. We're going to turn the winds off. We have dry air getting sucked into this storm too. It hasn't really happened yet, but the rust kind of color that you're seeing here, just give it a moment to load, right? A lot of imagery here. You have dry air here south of Cuba and then dry air on its west side. If that dry air gets pulled into the center of the storm, that will kind of act to weaken it up a little bit. Sandy, I'm going to have to make you a mod on YouTube. I don't know if I can do that from my end, but Sandy Rose, I will make you a mod. I trust you. Anyway, Jack, do we have David here? Can you tell me can you tell me? Oh my gosh, I hear him. And we just got our first super chat on YouTube of the day. And wouldn't you know it, let's bring in tropical weather expert Dr. David Ruglicki, who, if you guys have joined us, you know David lives in Lakeland, of course, pretty close to Legoland there. I still have yet to go, David. But either way, I digress. David is, if you guys have just joined us, he has a meteorological phenomena named after him. He used to work at the National Hurricane Center, and coincidentally, David, you are driving, or your wife, I should say, is driving to Miami. I hear Alex. You are driving to Miami to hunker down with the folks from the National Hurricane Center. David, welcome to the chat.
Yeah, thank you for your patience, everyone, as we are on the road from Lakeland down to Miami to stay with our friends Lisa and Matt. Also, Matt is the owner and proprietor of, and as my son is in the background, the Weather Nerds website. So yeah, no, I heard you answering some of those questions, Mike, about the wind shear and the Category 6 and everything. So I'm ready to dive in when you need me.
David, so the question from Marie on YouTube, and Marie, thank you very much for your patronage. We appreciate it very, very much. Does the United States have the weather mixture conditions to ever get a typhoon? So, David, I think I can take this one here, and then I'll send it over to you because, folks, you got to understand we have the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean basins where we see tropical cyclones. Milton here is a monster. Rita, Katrina, monster storms. I mean, they don't even really hold a candle in some sense to what goes on in the Pacific. Those typhoons are wild. But a typhoon, David, and a hurricane are one and the same. No?
Correct. They're just named differently. Whether you're in the Atlantic and the Eastern Pacific, they're hurricanes. If you're in the Indian Ocean, they're called severe cyclones. If you're in the Western Pacific, they are called typhoons, Mike. But the physical processes are exactly the same.
There you go. All right. So, David, of course, I want to hang on one second. Boy, there's the chat is on fire. The chat is on fire on some of these social media platforms. Oh my God, someone's saying vote for Pedro. Napoleon Dynamite, good movie. I haven't seen that in a long time. Anyway, so David, let's talk about the latest that we have right here with Hurricane Milton. We had Will Cano earlier today that was talking about the sheer unreal development that we saw from that storm. I mean, as the Hurricane Hunter recon plane was flying through the storm yesterday, I'm sure you saw the run that I'm talking about. The pressure was dropping like basically in real time. Of course, topping out at 180 miles per hour with wind speeds over 200 miles per hour. The central pressure made it one of the top 5 strongest storms we've ever seen in the Atlantic. David, meteorologically here, I mean, does this really blow your mind?
Yeah, this was unusual because we're in rare air here. We're talking like Wilma from 2005, Felix from 2007 for this intensification rate. And this is the concern when you have an eye that is as small as Milton's. I believe even the eye wall is 10 miles, 10 kilometers across, which is very unusual in the Atlantic. So yeah, this is what happens. And we should also be aware that a lot of models, particularly global models, even the hurricane models, simply just cannot resolve something that is that small, Mike.
4 miles wide, David, was the eye yesterday. That is just so nuts, right? Like,
there you go. Yep.
People run races shorter than that, right? And to think just the sheer size of the storm, really bananas, right? That's like a 5K, right? I mean, a little more than 5K. Anyway, so for folks in the chat here, I see you saying like, oh, that's a Cat 5. Listen, it's 155 miles per hour. It's 2 miles per hour off. We're really splitting hairs here, really. And David, of course, a lot of people in the chat are saying, hey, it's strong now, but the cone is showing it weakening on arrival. I know that you were just joining as I was kind of on a little diatribe there about why that is, but break it down. Why are we likely to see the storm weaken? And then part 2 to that question here is, it's the Gulf of Mexico, David. Are we really going to see it weaken?
Well, history would indicate that no, we're not going to see it weaken. I think what's working against it is going to be the vertical wind shear. There is a big trough that's digging it down / steering it. And the difference between Milton and Helene is that, Milton is scheduled to grow in size with a small eye. One second. The other thing is that Helene was massive, like absolutely like Katrina size. We talked about this, top 10% ever in the Atlantic in terms of size. So what that means is that when a hurricane is sheared, the negative effects of shear are associated with the size of the storm. So the fact that Milton is smaller, it is more susceptible to the weakening effects of shear. And you talked about it too. It's dry air entrainment is one, and more, I think more appropriate for Milton is actually decoupling, is where, as you said, the hurricane you think of as a spinning top, you hit it with shear, it starts to tip over, and you start losing some of that vertical, the vertical momentum, or the vertical, like the convection, all the upward motion in the eye. You start to lose that when the storm starts to tilt, Mike.
David, I got a message here from, of course, our founder and CEO, Andy Green, who makes all of this possible. And I'm going to zoom in here because it's tough, Andy. I don't want to show the replies on X because, boy, those have become like a graveyard, really. Let's pull this up here, Jack, on the web browser here. This is from the Florida Division of Emergency Management. This is pretty neat. I haven't seen this before. So Florida Emergency Management is partnering with Uber to provide Floridians free rides to and from shelters in the counties that are evacuating for Milton. Here's how to do it. Open the Uber app, tap account on the bottom right, tap wallet, and then add the promo code Milton Relief. They also included a link here, floridadisaster.org/shelter-status. I mean, that's a W for Uber, in my opinion there. Of course, if you go to their website, you can see all of the shelters that are in place, special needs shelters as well, and a map too. So that is pretty awesome. A big clap from me. Shout out to Uber for making that happen again, to get a free ride to and from shelters in the communities that are evacuating. David, on that note, you are evacuating for the storm. What is the traffic like on the road to Miami right now?
Well, funny you mentioned that, is that we are on 60 East heading towards 27 South. And as we were driving, Google Maps just told us that there's an accident in front of us. So traffic is not great. We made the decision to go to Miami versus points north, is that most of the roads going south are open, 98, but it's all state. It's generally state roads. It's not the big interstates. We were too far west of Tampa to take 75, and I wouldn't go anywhere near 75 right now. So hopefully, as I'm looking at the traffic in front of us, and my wife is being a saint, hopefully we get through this, whatever this accident is, and it should be clear sailing until we get farther south. Surprisingly, looking at traffic, Miami looks wide open. The area that we're worried about with traffic would be 75. So Alligator Alley, when we looked, was really jammed up coming out of Naples, Mike.
All right, hang on one second. Getting another... Boy, we need more mods on TikTok. For all of folks on TikTok, if you want to mod for us and you mod for other creators, let me know. Holy cow, there's just some people in here that jumped in here that hey, David, let's chat more here. So Andy, I shared the thing. David, we have cameras on the roof again, which is great. Yes, so we will see the storm as it comes through Orlando tomorrow, which is fantastic. Again, if y'all have any questions for David or myself, we are going to be streaming through the 5 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center. Of course, at which point, David, I think that will be the next big update from the NHC here, right outside of the 11 later on, where we'll have a really good idea, I think, ultimately of where this storm is going. Of course, David, you used to work from the National Hurricane Center. What is it like inside their offices right now in Miami? What do you think ultimately they are looking at when it comes to issuing this next advisory coming up in about an hour?
Well, you have to keep in mind a couple of things. So the planes that are going in, you have the Hurricane Hunters, both from the Air Force and the NOAA planes are going in, and they have two different. So they're both going to find the center. That's what they want. The Hurricane Center wants them to go in, drop a drop zond in the eye. But in addition to that, the NOAA Hurricane Hunters have the tail Doppler radar, and that'll give you an idea of the structure of Milton in the vertical. So the hurricane forecasters are going to be looking at that. They're looking specifically at the structure. They're going to be looking for potentially secondary eye walls, which they can corroborate with microwave satellite imagery. But kind of now what they're waiting for is track. So the European models are trending a little bit to the south, but most of the consensus is still bringing it into Tampa Bay. As if you'll notice, the track over time, the cone hasn't shifted all that much for the past few observations. So now what we're looking for, like I said, to recap, Mike, is structure from the planes, minimum surface pressure from the planes, and then seeing how the models are handling the track over the next 24 to 36 hours.
For those of you that are watching, by the way, in the chat, I see there's almost 5,000 of you in TikTok. Thank you very much for joining us. Just re-rack it from the top real quick. What's up? My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with My Radar. I'm joined by tropical weather expert Dr. David Ruglicki and the director of data products and the director of meteorological research, I should say. Sorry, David, your title has changed. You keep climbing that ladder, man. The director of meteorological research for My Radar. Again, the man has a meteorological phenomenon named after him. He's great. We love having him on board. David, did you bring the base with you, or you left that at home?
No, all the bases stayed home. Now that you mentioned that, the one that was behind me, I didn't put back in the case. So I hope. What was concerning was that as we were leaving, I hope it's good. They're waiting for me when we get back. No, when we were leaving, we started to see people boarding up their windows. So they're hunkering down in Lakeland for what's coming.
Take a drink. He said, "Hunker down. Take a drink." Also, David and his family, big fans of the Metroid games. If y'all are fans of the Metroid games, I think they'll really appreciate it. Let us know which is your favorite Metroid game in the chat, and I'll read them out. That will, I think, make their day here.
You will be my son's best friend.
All right. So, again, if you are watching on social media, there's 5,500 of you here on TikTok. We really, really appreciate your support. If you haven't already, be sure to follow us on TikTok. We're at 104,000 followers. That is so nuts. We had 100,000 earlier today. Again, thank you for your support. Tapping on the screen and sending the likes and, of course, sharing the live stream on TikTok. We really, really appreciate it. All of the gifts and subscribers. I mean, Leo just sent us a dolphin. Great. I mean, thank you very much. We really, really appreciate your support as always. But you're going to want to follow us because that way, you know, whenever we drop a new video, or of course, whenever we go live, same thing goes for X, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok as well. We really, really appreciate it very, very much. Of course, now tons of people are following on TikTok, and I can't see whether or not people are telling us their favorite Metroid games, David. We'll get it. Oh, Metroid Dread. I don't know what that is. You probably do. NES Metroid Original. We got an OG here in the chat. So there's two of them. There's at least two of them. The comments are flying, David. Super Metroid 3. So, and someone said, ain't no one beating Super Metroid ever. Again, unclear. We just got a super chat here too.
My 6-year-old beat Super Metroid. That's on you, man. Get good, man. Get good.
Oh, shoot. And we got subscribers on Twitch now. Shout out to Mel Kent And Kay Dunn, thank you very much for subscribing. David, we just had somebody from Thailand donate Thai baht to us on YouTube. So I don't know how much 500 Thai baht is, but thank you very much. Hi from Thailand. I'm curious how fast a hurricane can travel in miles per hour in terms of top speed. That's a great question. So David, I'm going to throw it to you. But folks, the storm right now, Milton, it's small. It's traveling at 8 miles per hour. I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but for a hurricane, that's hustling. Compare that to Helene 2 weeks ago that made landfall, which, by the way, a 400-mile wide wind field. That was traveling at 25 miles per hour. David, I'm putting you on the spot here. What are some of the fastest storms we've ever seen?
Whenever someone says what is the fastest storm, I immediately go back to the 1938 Long Island Express. So you know what I'm talking about, right? Where it slammed into Long Island, and the forecast wasn't that great, and the storm surge was out of control for Long Island. I believe the forward speed of that reached 40 to 45 miles per hour. I believe is one of the fastest on record. Now, that was unusually rare, okay, because that was sandwiched between a trough to the west and a ridge to the right. So the induced motion, cyclonic motion from the cyclonic motion from the trough basically slingshotted this thing into the northeast as a major hurricane. It's one of the most devastating major hurricanes ever to make landfall. So yeah, typically forward speed is between 8 and 15 miles per hour. Helene was unusually fast, and like I said, the Long Island Express was way out there as an anomaly. Mike.
Sounds, David, we got Metroid, Super Metroid, and Metroid Prime. They're coming in. All the Metroid fans, they're out there, man. All right, what else we got? I can't believe I haven't mentioned this. A lot of people asking in the chat, what app are we using? Well, of course, we're using My Radar. My Radar, one of the best weather apps in the world, having been downloaded over 50 million times, and you can download it as well. It is completely free. If you're watching on TikTok, go to our profile. There's a little download link there to download it. David, if you can still hear me, we are losing you. I think you're going through an area of rough signal there, unless we've... Oh, we lost him already? Yeah, go figure. Okay, no worries. We'll get him back in here in a moment. But either way, point is that there's David again. David's driving to South Florida. A lot of people, the cell signal is overloaded, as I'm sure you'd imagine. But either way, My Radar, completely free to download. You can download it on iOS, Android, Windows, and Amazon. It is completely free to download. Might I add as well that right here in the app, I'm using the Hurricane Tracker feature. That is a premium feature, as well as a ton of other great stuff that you get for being a premium subscriber. But we have a 3-day free trial that if you turn it on right now, of course, you will get the Hurricane Tracker throughout Milton's trek across Florida. And then if you really like it and you want to keep it, from there, subscribing helps support our developers. And of course, I have no idea how to code. I'm a meteorologist. Big shout out to our developers that make all of this possible. Also, big shout out to people that look like they're subscribing on TikTok. Thank you very, very much. Really great. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We've got a lot here going on. Oh my gosh, I don't know if David can hear me. I see him in the Zoom chat. Someone on Twitch there saying they need a Linux desktop version. You are preaching to the David Roglicki choir right there. All right, David, can you still hear me?
I can still hear you, Mike.
All right, you wouldn't know it, but on TikTok, you just had something over your head there. So that was very funny. All right, so David, this storm here, of course, I'm going to pull up, Jack, the storm surge forecast. David, when we were streaming during Helene, Tampa saw 7 feet of storm surge, and the storm went north of the city of Tampa. The forecast now is 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. Can you put it into perspective what 10 to 15 of storm surge looks like and why it's so dangerous?
Yeah, I think 10 to 15 storm surge, 10 to 15 foot storm surge is what, 2 of us? You know, me standing on your shoulders, right? So, yeah, so I don't think that, so there's 2 things. So with Helene, we saw a 25-foot storm surge and they specifically called out unsurvivable. With Tampa, because it is so low, and this is going to be a constant theme, and I'm sure you've touched on it before, is that since it hasn't seen a landfall like this in such a long time, it's especially susceptible to this. So in Tampa, this is going to be some really bad news if all of this really verifies, Mike.
I mean, 10 to 15 feet, right? 15 feet is looking out a second-story window and effectively the water meeting your eye line, right? That's crazy. That's a lot of water. And, you know, again, David, as we've talked about many, many times, the last time that hang on one second, I'll look at that in a second here. The last time that a major hurricane made landfall in Tampa was 1921. That record is 103 years old, and there's a very real possibility that that record falls. David, based on the track right now, do you think that that record is in serious jeopardy?
Yeah, I do. I think now it's because of the persistence of the track forecasts and the fact, Milton hasn't even gone over the loop current yet. And a question Andy brought up to me, I guess someone brought up to him on Twitter, was, would there be upwelling from Helene? And if you look at sea surface temperature and sea surface temperature anomalies, the answer is yeah, it's cooler. It's cool. The waters are cooler had Helene, if Helene had not been there, relative to if it was just there was nothing had disturbed it. But you're still talking about 29 to 30 degrees Celsius ocean temperatures, or Gulf of Mexico water temperatures. So it's still got to get over that loop current. The shelf is still really shallow and really warm. We keep saying 30-degree SSTs are undefeated, Mike, and barring some massive spike in shear. And something I want to point out with shear is that if you've been following the SHIPS diagnostics, so SHIPS is the statistical hurricane intensity prediction system, and it calculates shear at every forecast lead time. It's that number at landfall is slowly creeping down. And like a few days ago, it was 45 knots, and it's slowly creeping down to the upper 20s, which is still a lot. But the trend in that is not our friend here. So I'd still think that a major landfall is looking to be most likely for the Tampa area.
All right, David's going through some rough service there, but of course, David, I can still hear you, but you're starting to get a little choppy here. All good. I'm going to look to the questions here. We're getting a ton of them, folks. It is about to be 4 o'clock Eastern time. We have been streaming for almost 3 hours. What's really wild is that, Jack, it might seem like a long time. We're going to be streaming for like 24 hours tomorrow. But hey, it is what it is. We have a big team helping us out. Is Jordan in the chat? In the Zoom, Jack? No? It says Jordan. Okay, makes sense. We still have David? Okay, no worries.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. All good, David. Okay, so for those of you that are watching on social media, we've got about an hour to go until we get a crucial update from the National Hurricane Center, the next big update, which will be the next big movement of the cone. I mean, I say movement. It may not move. We shall see. Very curious to see what they do with the intensity forecast over the state. Landfall is at this point, Jack, if we switch to the web browser, I'm going to zoom in here. Y'all can see it. We've got 7 p.m. off the coast of Tampa, 7 a.m. pretty much right over top of David and my house in Central Florida, which is, I can't begin to believe that this is the reality, but Mother Nature has a sick sense of humor. Landfall looking right around midnight tomorrow evening. I want to remind you, folks, that if you are watching on social media, you're watching us in the My Radar app, we will be joining you tomorrow and be streaming all throughout this event. So, I mean, and bear in mind, Jack, pull up the app one more time. You can show the app. Can you guys see this blue dot, right, in Orlando? Right, I don't want to dox myself entirely. That's us. That's the My Radar studio right near the Kia Center. We're in the cone. We have redundancies in place in case we are to lose power. And if we do lose power, don't worry. We will get our power back. Fingers crossed there. But either way, here in the next hour, we'll get an update from the NHC, which is going to tell us a lot here based on the cone, the intensity. David, if you're still with me here, I see you. We'll read the discussion together. I'm very curious to see what it is that they're going to say. But with that being said, let's look to the chat here. I've got all of your questions on social media. I've got all of them in front of my face right now. So we will answer as many as we can, David. So we've got Kay here, who is a subscriber on Twitch. Big shout out to our subscribers on Twitch. Kay says, is Northport considered in Charlotte Harbor vicinity or the Englewood vicinity? One thing I'll say, Kay, is when you are talking about 3 locations that are effectively like Northport, Port Charlotte. I mean, if we look at the app here, you can see. I mean, here's Northport. You guys can see my whatchamacallit, mouse cursor, right? Here's Northport. Here's Englewood. Here's Port Charlotte. I mean, these are effectively right next to each other. You're on the right side of the storm. Almost all of Central Florida is, unfortunately. Don't be splitting hairs there. Good idea to not be there. I mean, it's more than likely you have been issued a mandatory evacuation. Don't be there. Jimmy on Twitch. Do you believe it has the potential to become a Cat 5? Unlikely. It's 155 miles per hour right now. I mean, it's certainly possible. I mean, a Cat 5 is 157. The shearing seems to have already begun. David, do you think that that's possible? It seems like we probably will get an eye wall replacement cycle here at some point too, right?
Yeah, that'll probably be like the second, and there is evidence that an uglier one did happen very much earlier in Milton's life. Trying to get it back to a Category 5 right now, it's because the shear is picking up, but it is a tall task to ask. But then again, we keep saying like, oh, these things will weaken, and because they're in the Gulf of Mexico, they just don't seem to. So if anything, the warm SSTs should prevent it weakening. It should prevent the shear from impacting it as severely as it may, Mike.
Comment on YouTube that made me chuckle a little bit here, David. Why would you be a meteorologist that voluntarily lives in Florida? You're educated in all the maniacal ways that weather deletes humans there and decide, let's drop anchor. That's very, listen, levity in moments like these. This is the trade-off for not having to shovel snow. I grew up in New York. David grew up in New Jersey. I'm all set, right? No income tax down here. There's a lot of positives. My kids can go to Disney World all year round. David and his family can go to Legoland whenever they want to. There's a lot of positives. Florida's great. This is an unfortunate reality of living in this state. Your comment is funny, Taz. I'll give you that. He says that's like an oncologist smoking a cigar. Oh, geez. Okay. All right. What other comments do we have here? Boy, we've got a lot of people asking comments on Twitch. Big shout out. Dax on TikTok says, are we good in Orlando? Well, I'll tell you what, Dax, I'm in Orlando too. So we are riding it out together. Orlando is, of course, centrally located. But David, when was the last time Orlando saw a Category 2 hurricane? I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I mean, of course, Irma and Charlie.
I got nothing. Maybe, Charlie... So I was looking at Charlie earlier today, and I think that hit because of the, for lack of a better word, fetch as it was going, I guess it'd be land fetch, the way it was impacting and the way it was being directed basically north-south, it weakened really rapidly. But as far as a Category 2 hitting Orlando, that's escaping me right now. Unfortunately, I'm no help for you right now.
All right. Hey, Taz, thank you for the kind words there. Yeah, I mean, we're in rarefied air here, folks. I mean, Milton's path, effectively traveling 1,000 miles from west to east across the Gulf. I mean, David, back me up here. This is insanely rare to see this kind of path, effectively starting in the Bay of Campeche, becoming a Cat 5, like literally like that. And now coming to a place that hasn't seen a major landfall in over 100 years. I mean, please help folks understand how insanely rare this is.
Yeah, this is very, very rare because hurricanes traditionally go east to west, right? Like we've all seen this. And when they intensify, there's usually some westward component. There was an infamous storm in 1999 called Wrong Way Lenny, which started in the Western Caribbean and intensified and I think hit the Lesser Antilles from the west as like a Category 3 or 4. So this is very, very rare. And there's nothing in my mind that reminds me of something from the Bay of Campeche and hitting Western Florida, you forget a major hurricane just at all. Because normally when you get formation out in Bay of Campeche, it's a Texas rainmaker or a Tex-Mex rainmaker, right? Like it'll hit the Mexican coast or Texas, maybe Louisiana and that kind of stuff. But to just truck along the entire Gulf, become a Category 5, this is unprecedented. There's nothing like this basically in the historical record, Mike.
On Facebook, apologies if it's Nene, or Nini, unsure. She just said, they just said that they're at Disney World. They just left the Magic Kingdom. That's got to be my least favorite park, by the way. I mean, my kids love it there, obviously, but you're just like, you're trapped there. It's either the monorail or the boat. Not my favorite. That being said, if it's your first time, hope you have a good time. They said they're headed back to the resort. They said the weather's actually really nice, just very humid. Welcome to Florida. No rain or winds as of now. Everything is oddly... Oh, she's from Tennessee. No, they haven't closed the parks yet. Jack, pull up that camera. Let's show folks what it looks like in Orlando. Look at... I'm so happy we have this now. That's looking east. Jack, you got to hide that picture-in-picture, though, at the bottom, though, because I want people to see the billboard that is cut out. If we can pull that up, Jack. Yeah, David, they must have done it earlier this morning. Yeah, you can see it right at the bottom there. They cut squares in all of the billboard there because as wind travels, it's going to push through that billboard rather than, of course, picking it up like a sail. That is also a perfect time to remind people that if you do live in Florida, you need to... Anything outside that can be lifted by the air should be brought inside. You may think this is silly, but people in Florida that have pools toss their patio furniture into the pool. I mean, for it to get blown out of the pool would be totally crazy, but people do that. It's better than to just leave it out there. If it's not anchored to the ground, it can become airborne. Trampolines, especially, David. I'm sure you've seen those videos. I mean, that thing gets lifted off the ground. It's effectively a giant sail and slams into people's houses and causes a lot of damage. So if you have neighbors in your community, I'm on the HOA board in my community. I posted something on our Facebook page earlier today. And if any of you are watching, trash cans got to come inside. They cannot stay outside. Lawn furniture, patio furniture. Again, if it's not anchored to the ground, it's got to come inside. I have 2 grills outside, David, that I love dearly that I have to bring inside tonight. Because if they were to topple over and get damaged, I'd be very upset. Right?
We brought in like you're saying that, we brought in before we left everything that was outside in our patio. My wife got me a charcoal grill when we moved here that I love dearly. So that has been brought in. Play sets for my son, those have been brought in. Outdoor furniture, those have been brought in. Yeah, everything got brought in before we left. So it's a real deal. One of the other things you have to be concerned about, there's a lot of new construction going around. And as you speak of the HOA, in Lakeland, where we live, there's a lot of new construction. A little concerned you're going to have some 2x4s flying around, Mike. Yes.
Oh my gosh, David. One of my neighbors said that someone in their backyard has literally a pile of wood. What are we doing? That's absolutely has to come inside. I mean, that is like effectively laying a bunch of grenades outside and just, see you later and letting the wind pick it up. I mean, a 2x4 flying through the air becomes a missile, right? That's not a joke. Like, I'm really not joking. Oh my God, all these people in chat saying that the HOA is going to come find you. I got elected to the board, guys. Crazy. I didn't think that was going to be my reality. But I always, said as that New Yorker, David, maybe you were the same way. I know you went to college in Florida, but I always said, I'm not going to be that New Yorker that ends up living in Florida. It's just the way it works out, right?
Well, hey, we were in California for 10 years, and all of a sudden we're back in Florida. So, I've double dipped. My wife grew up here, but yeah, I'm double dipping, man.
Fair enough. It brings you back. She couldn't say no to the pub subs. They just brought her back. Got people in TikTok saying they're on their HOA board too. Do right by your neighbors. Do right by your neighbors, and they'll do right by you. Oh my God! Someone on YouTube said your neighbor's a snitch, bro. Oh my gosh! Listen, levity's good. Levity's good in this sense. Okay. All right, folks, we have been streaming for almost 3 hours now. If you guys have any questions for David, for myself, We will try our best to answer them as they come in. Again, if you haven't done so already, please follow us on social media. If you're watching live and you enjoy the coverage, if you're watching us here on TikTok, follow us. It's totally free to do so. The button is somewhere over my head here. Tap on the screen, send us some likes. We'd really appreciate it. And hey, share this live stream, whether you're watching on TikTok, X, Facebook, Twitch, wherever you're watching, YouTube. Share the stream. Let folks know to come in and join us, and we will try to answer as many questions as we can. And of course, follow us on social media. That way you always know whenever we drop a new video or whenever we go live. I should also mention, of course, that I am using the My Radar app. It's on my shirt, folks. It's the label that pays me. Shout out to 90s hip hop. My Radar is completely free to download. You can find it on iOS, Android, Amazon, as well as, of course, on Windows. I see y'all in the chat asking about a Mac OS app. Send an, don't say, I'm not going to say send an email, because I love our customer support team and I don't want them to get inundated. That is coming. It is on the roadmap. Believe me, it is on the roadmap. There's so much exciting stuff that I can't tell you about just yet that David here is working on. Some super cool stuff that, like, I guess is like borderline, like top secret stuff that I can't talk about just yet. But it's really, really cool stuff. And I know you might think, oh, using AI, whatever. It's just the tech du jour. David over there is working on some super cool stuff with AI and meteorology that I find to be totally interesting. And shout out to Jimmy, right? New to My Radar as well. Shout out to Jimmy and AI. All that being said, the My Radar app's completely free to download. There are premium features within the app. The hurricane tracker, per station radar, eliminate the ads in the app, eliminate the video ads. There's so much other stuff that you can get from being a premium subscriber. You don't have to, though, but there is, of course, a free trial where you can get all that stuff for free for 3 days. So if you want to use the premium features through Milton as it works its way through the state, sign up now. It's completely free. And if you want to continue using the premium features after that, fantastic. It will help fund our developers' work. I am not a developer. I have no idea how to code. I can talk to you about weather. Again, someone in the chat said, you're a professional yapper. That's me. Absolutely. You look back at my report cards growing up, that's me, for sure. But shout out to our hardworking developers. All right. Let's see. Do we have any questions for David? David, great question. Someone on Twitch just asked, is Miami going to be okay? That is where you are driving to right now. What are your thoughts, David, on the city of Miami?
Miami should be okay. It'll be a breezy day. So they are scheduled. So Milton is scheduled to grow. So Miami will not be completely unaffected, but we're probably looking at 15 to 20 mile per hour winds with gusts 25 to 30. So if anyone's wondering why we're going to Miami as opposed to going north, well, there's less traffic. Fewer people are going to Miami, and 75 northbound is basically a parking lot. So that's why we're choosing to go to Miami over that. And for Lakeland, we're currently scheduled to have winds sustained 70, gusts to 100. And after our experiences in Ian, I did not want to make that risk, Mike.
Jack, if you pull up the web browser here, I've got the rainfall potential from the National Hurricane Center. Almost the entire state of Florida, or at least the spine of the state, is covered in rain, right? But Miami, forecast right now to barely see anything. If a trace to 1 inch of rain over the next 5 days. I mean, that's pretty good compared to the rest. We look at the flooding potential, and it's very low. It's a slight potential, 15%. Remember, it could, of course, still be raining there, as David just touched on. But compared to the rest of the state, Miami's going to seem like a beautiful day by comparison. Somebody on YouTube asking a really important question here. Sean, David, are high-rise apartments safe to stay in? They've got a friend staying put in Tampa.
Okay, this is the big risk because you could be prone to blowout depending on what the storm and what the eye picks up. And here's a thing that the hurricane hunters showed us, the NOAA hurricane hunters, is that major hurricane winds extend up to about 15 kilometers, basically the depth of the troposphere. So even high rises are not going to be able to escape. Normally, so let me talk about why that's important. Normally, the hurricane is, to get a little meteorology nerdy on you, they're called warm core systems, which means they have a warm core as you go upwards in height. So what that means is that the strongest winds are at the surface and they should decrease with height. And that is happening in Milton, but it's not happening that fast. So with the high rises, they're going to have to worry about projectiles moving at 100 and 120 miles per hour, particularly since you're going to be away from surface friction. So they should, like, if you're worried about the storm knocking the buildings over, probably not. That's not what you're going to have to worry about. But windows being blown out or being nailed with like pieces of construction or things like that, that is a legitimate concern with Milton coming on shore, especially in Tampa, Mike.
Someone on Twitch said the whole apartment is going to become the balcony. I mean, that's again a little bit of levity, but I mean, you're not far off, right? Gosh, I mean, if you're from the Orlando area, or if you've ever driven through here and you're driven east on I-4 toward Daytona, I'm sure you've seen that big dumb building in Altamont Springs. People call it the eyesore on I-4. I mean, you can see it from so far away. That building is abandoned, by the way. Like, the folks that are building it just like stopped, and it's this cool looking building, but there's no one in it. During Ian, there were windows that were smashed out like really high up on that building. I remember, David, so clearly driving home after doing all of our Ian coverage, and then that there was like a little dry lake bed right next to that building that was completely filled up, and I saw these dudes on a wakeboard on the water next to the bed. For one, I got to make this very clear to people. When it comes to flooding, this may seem gross, but you got to understand the water that you're wading around in. That's the sewers. Like, that's everything. Everything on the ground is in the water, right? Don't walk around in that water, especially in bare feet. Don't do that. It's gross. Okay? All right. What else we got here? We've got, all right. So I got to make this very clear. I said it before. Someone said I wasn't being nice, but I'm going to say it again. Folks, for whatever reason here over the past couple of weeks, there's been so much absolute, utter nonsense being spread across social media that is just completely BS. Okay? You are being taken advantage of by people that are effectively, they are assuming that you're dumb, and they are putting stuff out there for engagement and farming engagement and clicks off of you. Okay? HARP and all this weather manipulation nonsense. I'm sick of it, right? We did publish a video in the app on YouTube from meteorologist Matt Capucci that talked about weather manipulation. Go watch it. It's a great video. It's all completely nonsense. If I see that in the chat, I just don't have any time for it. We are here to talk about a real weather event that was not manipulated, a real weather event that, is coming for Florida and is going to ruin a lot of people's week, okay? And change the landscape. I know this may sound super extreme and alarmist here, but as David can attest, 10 to 15 feet worth of storm surge, that is no joke, especially for the city of Tampa. Folks, look at the way the bay is shaped. Jack, can you pull up the app here? So it hooks to the left, right? Remember, hurricanes in the northern hemisphere rotate counterclockwise. So beginning early tomorrow morning, water is going to surge in to the bay. And because of the shape of the bay, it's called bathymetry, right? Effectively, big word. As David likes to say, $5 words. That's definitely a $5 word, bathymetry. With the way that the bay is shaped and effectively it being like a funnel, the water is going to push into the bay, and that's effectively going to be the case for a good 24 hours. It will have nowhere to go once it comes into the bay, right? So anyone out here that's talking about all this complete nonsense here, this is real life here. No such thing as a category 6 or 7 hurricane. I saw some I find brilliant meteorologists on social media over the past couple of days starting to talk some of this nonsense. So don't give it any time of day. All you are doing is being taken advantage of, folks. Anyway, I will get off of my soapbox, David. Okay? All right. Let's go back to talking about facts, huh? Let's do that. All right. Let me zoom out here. We are about 40 minutes away from the discussion from the National Hurricane Center dropping, where we will know a lot more about the intensity and the guidance for, I almost said Ian, David, for Milton, right? David, you want to hear a really interesting stat here that Erica dropped on us earlier today? Now, of course, as you well know, David, of course, as you well know, you're going through some bad service here, David, but I think you can still hear me. Of course, as you know, the names for hurricanes are laid out well in advance. Do you know the M name that Milton took over for?
Michael.
Yeah. Ah, man, I thought you were going to say, wow, Mike, that was great. I didn't know that. Of course, you worked for the National Hurricane Center. Of course, you know that. Yes, Hurricane Michael. Folks, the M storms in October for Florida, Michael, Matthew, 2 storms that are retired that you will never see again. We shall see if Milton is added to that list. Oh, my gosh. Right. Let's see here.
Before reach out to ask me, are they going to be all right in the high rises? And the answer is probably. It's better than if they were living in Tampa, Mike.
Yeah. David, your video is oh no, you're back. I was going to say your video was frozen just with a big smile on your face as you were saying that. So again, you got to appreciate the levity, folks, when you get these moments here. Again, dude over here that's saying HARP is very real. I just listen. I got no time for it. Right. All right. What else we got here? Someone said internet brainworms. Amen to that. All right. Someone on TikTok says I have friends in Tampa who aren't evacuating. All right. You're really running out of time to convince your friends to leave. If they stay there, ultimately, you can't force them to leave, right? But here's something that you might want to say to your friends if they didn't know. If you are under mandatory evacuation and you are told to leave and you choose not to, and then the bad news shows up at your door, emergency services are not coming to help you, right? I know that may seem grim, but that's a fact, right? So consider that, right? 10 to 15 feet of water is coming for Tampa Bay. Again, that's a 2nd-story window, right? I'm 6'3". It's 2 of me and then some stacked on top of one another. On top of that, another foot of rain. This is not something to mess around with. David, are you still there? Can you hear me? Oh no, did we lose David? We'll get him back. Oh, he's in the Zoom. Yeah, I mean, he's driving through South Florida. That's where things service gets dicey. Folks, we're talking gusts of wind away from the eye at 100 miles per hour inland. This is a really serious weather event here. And then for the person that's saying they know someone on the coast, not great. Not great. You know, if you're in a situation, right, where the water is literally coming into your house and you chose not to leave and you're in a mandatory evacuation zone and the water is flooding your house and you start to panic thinking, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to call 911. Folks, they're not going to come in that instance. This is the truth here. It's grim, but that's the truth. That's why if you are under that mandatory evacuation, leave. Okay? What else we got here? Someone says, I'm from the UK who's never experienced real extreme weather before. I mean, you got Hurricane Kirk coming up your way. When we get David back into the chat here, I've never seen, I'll pull it up in the app. You guys can see Kirk up here. This is Kirk right here, or that's Leslie. Where did Kirk go? It's gone. Kirk went here into Denmark and Germany. I've never seen that before. Of course, not as extreme as what we're dealing with here. But yeah, anyway, you get the point here. Someone who doesn't want me to mention them on Twitch just asked, where can we download the app? You can download the app on iOS, Android, as well as on Windows and the Amazon platforms. You're asking about Roku? Not yet. That is a platform that I think we'd like to be on. When it comes to your television, an Apple TV app is, I mean, I've seen the beta build of it. I used it. It is so close. It is so close to being a reality. Yeah, The good news is that if you have a smart TV that you can download YouTube on, you can watch us on YouTube as well. Hi, YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube right now. We are, of course, streaming on all of our social media platforms available to us, that being YouTube, X, Facebook, Twitch. Big shout out to our Twitch family. And of course, in the My Radar app, and to TikTok. I see y'all in TikTok land. Shoot, we could even stream to LinkedIn. Boy, I missed a bunch of messages here in Slack here. Right. Ooh, I see a message from Chandler from a half hour ago. I'm sorry for not answering you. I'm going to tell her right now. Answering now on the live stream. Big shout out to Chandler. Get in the chat wherever you're watching from. W Chandler. She is she's the My Radar COO. And when you need something to get done, Chandler's the one that gets it done. So big shout out to Chandler. She is asking in the chat, or she's asking me in an internal Slack DM there, what does this east turn mean? And I think, again, what she's talking about is the fact that this cone has started to shift a little more to the south. We'll know a lot more here, Chandler, in 30 minutes when we get this update from the National Hurricane Center. Again, 5 o'clock. It's 4:28 Eastern time right now. At 5 o'clock, we'll have an update. From the NHC that is going to talk about effectively the discussion, and they're going to issue their advisory. So what does the eastward turn mean? Effectively, that would mean potentially more storm surge in more of southwestern Florida. Fort Myers, Naples, Marco Island. Jack, if you want to pull the peak storm surge forecast up here on the browser here, you can see down there into as far south as Flamingo and into Bonita Beach, we've got 3 to 5 feet of storm surge in the yellow, 4 to 7 feet here in, I can't pronounce it. I always mess it up. Chokoloskee. I'm probably getting that wrong. 4 to 7 feet. Again, that's, yeah. And then Bonita Beach right here. This is Punta Gorda, Fort Myers. 6 to 10 feet of storm surge. A more southerly track would mean bigger numbers for Port Charlotte, Bonita Beach, Chokoloskee, and Flamingo. The dry Tortugas, too. We'll have that update here from the National Hurricane Center in 30 minutes' time. In fact, in the My Radar app, we will actually have that earlier than 5 o'clock, which is pretty great. Oh, Chandler's watching. If you wherever you're watching in social media, W Chandler. Okay, again, you need something to get done. Chandler's the one. Someone's saying, wish there was a website. There is a website, bro. myradar.com. Unless you mean a web browser version of the app. In which case, there is not a web browser version of the app just yet. Okay? Look at that. Look at that. Fantastic. Oh, web browser. Not yet. Not yet. That is something that a lot of folks internally have been asking for. So the best I can say is just stand by. Okay. All right. What else we got? We have a chat here. A question from Twitch. Wait a minute. Someone on YouTube. I think that's Chris on YouTube. What up, Chris? How are you? Man, I think so. Chris, an excellent photographer, might I add. I know some folks that are still using some of those shots that Chris took. So big shout out to Chris watching on YouTube. Someone said, where do I find you on YouTube TV? So we're not on YouTube TV proper. You know, that's where you're going to find like television stations, right? But if you go to youtube.com and just search for My Radar or youtube.com/MyRadar, that's where you'll find us. What else we got here? So many questions flying into us here. Chad, you're welcome on whatchamacallit, on Facebook. Whoa, someone here says, watching from South Africa. What up? Shout out to South Africa. Worried about my colleague who's in Orlando. Hey, Jack, switch back to the app. Let's show the people. See this blue dot? That's us right now. We're riding out with you. We are in Orlando as well, and on the northern side of potentially the track. So if the storm were to come through, Orlando is right there in the thick of it. Someone on Twitch says, what makes your app different than other weather apps? Well, number one, our weather app is completely free. I know there's a lot of other weather apps that you have to pay for right out of the box. I'm a little biased, but I think our app is one of the best in the world when it comes to tracking hurricanes. The hurricane tracker feature and being able to plot the cone right on the app is great. And of course, I would argue the number one difference between our app and other weather apps is what I'm doing with you right now. I'm the director of that's what David is. I'm the director of video and social media content. I'm a meteorologist as well. We also have meteorologist Matthew Capucci, as well as meteorologist Erica Lopez and Joseph Trujillo Falcone in the MyRadar app. Jack, if you want to pull up the web browser here, you guys see at the very bottom the toolbar here. Or sorry, not the web browser, the app. Jack, if you can pull the app up. There it is, right here at the bottom. See that little play button? I don't want to crash things, but if you click that, this is our video portal, right? So we upload daily forecasts, and all of these videos and the latest updates here, we send them out via a push notification. So whether you are in Balloon Fiesta at Albuquerque, New Mexico, or if you live in Florida, we have the ability to effectively draw an area around a location and send you a push notification right to your device. I used to work in local TV, and listen, I love local news. My wife still works in local news. Big shout out to all the hardworking people in TV and folks that work in local media. They have a really tough job. That being said, you don't have to wait till 5 or 6 o'clock or 11 o'clock for us to tell you what's going on in the world. We can send it right to you. And that's the future, really. So there's tons of great stuff in the video portal. We do other video content here in MyRadar Media. We talk about Japan. We produce this crazy, awesome documentary here about tornadoes. We have, of course, a Spanish team. You can find app tutorials in here. So we have a full-time team of digital meteorologists that produce video content. So I would say that's probably the biggest separator. I believe that we are the only weather app that started as a weather app, not a legacy media company, like a conglomerate, right? That has a full-time team of digital meteorologists. That's what I'd say is the biggest differentiator. Okay. Abby says, thank you for pushing only essential scientific weather updates. Too much conspiracy out there in weather these days. Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't. But Abby, you're absolutely welcome. That is what we are here to do. Someone says, I'm in Tampa. My home is 36 feet above sea level. Evacuation zone E. Fair enough, right? The coast will see 10 to 15 feet. But Jack, if we switch back to the rainfall forecast over here, take a look at how much rain is coming from this storm, okay? So even if you're living in, if you're living at elevation in Tampa, that red color there is 12 to 16 feet of rain. That's going to fall in a really short period of time, right? That is absolutely enough to cause major league flooding where you live, okay? So even if you're 36 above sea level, listen, Mother Nature just is very humbling. Very, very, very humbling. Don't take any chances, is what I would say. Okay? What else we got here? We have so many comments. Oh my gosh. Quinn on TikTok says, is Naples safe? Again, Naples not in the cone, right? But just because you're not in the cone doesn't mean that you're not going to feel the impacts. Jack, let's jump back to the storm surge again and show the people here. Remember, with the way that storms rotate in the northern hemisphere, counterclockwise, so water is just slamming into the southeastern coastline where you're not in the cone, but from Bonita Beach all the way to the Florida Keys is going to see storm surge. Again, storm surge is water being pushed inland above sea level. Oh, did I say feet? I'm sorry, inches. Yes, 16 inches of rain. Holy cow. Listen, folks, we've been streaming for 3 hours. I was streaming the other day. No excuses. Not trying to make any excuses. I misspoke. Thank you very much for correcting me. Someone said, hope Jack is making time and a half for this. We're taking care of Jack. Don't you worry. We got food. We got it all for Jack. Shout out to... Don't worry, Jack. We'll make it work here. We'll make it work. Okay. Let's see what else we got. We have so many comments coming into the chat here. All right. Noah just sent me a message on Slack, so now I feel bad. Okay. Working on bringing... Oh, no, that was old. I was going to say bringing David back. Okay. All right. What else we got going on? We have so many people watching us across all of our social media platforms: Twitch, Facebook, X, YouTube, and of course on TikTok and the My Radar app. Let's bring it back to the top here. Folks, it is 4:36 p.m. Eastern Time. We are 20 minutes away from the next big update from the National Hurricane Center, at which point we will know a lot more about the path and we will know a lot more about the intensity. If you are watching and you haven't done so already, follow us on social media. If you are watching on social media, we are up to, on TikTok, I can't see it, 105,000 followers. That is awesome. Thank you so much for your continued support. Hunter, Baby, Dre, Brandy, Julian, Dre, Nixie, Glass, Brianna, Nita, thank you so much for your continued support. We really, really appreciate it, more than you know. And for all of you that on TikTok are tapping on the screen and sending us likes, we really, really appreciate that as well. And hey, while you're at it, whatever social media platform, please share the live stream. That way we can get this information in front of more people that need to see it. Yeah, that's pretty crucial. Oh my God, someone just sent a hat to my head on TikTok. Jack, if you want to take the app when I'm talking about this too. Anyway, yeah, so follow us on social media. We'd really, really appreciate it. And hey, the app that I'm using, you can see it behind me. I guess you can see Florida right there. And of course, up on my screen as well is My Radar. It is completely free to download. You can download it on iOS, Android, Amazon, and Windows. If you are watching on TikTok, just go to our profile, any social media platform, might I add. I believe that it's the link to download is right there. On TikTok particularly, go to our profile. There's a little down arrow that says app. Tap that, and you can download the app without even exiting the live stream. As you hear my voice right now, you can be downloading the app. Again, it is completely free to download. There are premium features in the app. The app is free to download, totally free, but there are premium features in the app if you'd like them. You don't have to get them. The hurricane tracker right here to be able to plot the cone on the map is completely free, or rather is part of the premium features. There is a free trial for the premium features for 3 days. If you don't want to continue after that, so be it. But if you want to, of course, it helps support our hardworking developers. Jack, I can't believe I haven't even showed this even one time on Windows. Let me show you guys one of the coolest new features in the My Radar app that is completely free when you download it. If you tap on the layers menu, it looks like the stack of cards. Right at the very top, you'll see high def, temp map, classic, yada, yada. Click satellite. This is a geocolor satellite view of the app. Now, there's a lot of data being pulled in here, so it takes a moment for everything to load in kind. But, I mean, this is some stunning stuff here, right? This is a view from space. And what's really cool is that if you pay close attention here, you can actually see effectively the upper levels of the atmosphere and the lower levels of the atmosphere. Do you guys see? You're going to have to look like right here on the backside of the storm. If you look near the water, those are the winds coming around the storm. Meanwhile, do you see up here kind of moving to the east? That's the jet stream. So you're seeing wind shear here in real time, which is so stunning to see. Meanwhile, if you look toward the center of Milton, I'll turn off the hurricane tracker for a moment. You can see the eye of the storm. Boom, right there. Look at that pinhole eye right there. You can see all of the convection blowing up around the storm. So this layer right here is completely free to use in the app. I'm going to switch back to high def here. 1 second. Oh my God. All right. I just got a comment in, whoa, what happened? Jack, I just got so terrified. The desktop background is changing over here. That took me by surprise. Big shout out. I guess he's watching. My guy Kleber. He said for shouting out the developers. Nah. You guys are the real MVP. Literally, I couldn't do this myself. I couldn't build this. So big shout out to you guys for making this all possible here. Again, when it comes to the premium features in the app, if you want to use them, awesome. If you don't want to use them, that's fine too. But ultimately, your subscription for the premium features goes to supporting our engineering team that continue to pump out awesome features in the app. Okay? All right. What else we got here, folks? We are 20 minutes away from 5 o'clock, less than 20 minutes away from the update from the National Hurricane Center, where we will, for the first time in a little bit now, potentially see an update to the cone. We're definitely going to see an update to the cone, for sure, at 5. What I'm trying to say is whether or not they move it, whether or not it moves more to the south and east, whether they jog it more to the north. I probably don't think that it's moving much to the north, and I'll show you why. If I go to the layers menu here, again, looks like the stack of cards, and we toggle on the fronts layer. This is also free to do. You see this big honking cold front right here? That is digging in to Florida right now, right? We're talking a little silver lining here. I'm going to turn on the temperatures. Some cooler air is coming from behind that front, which is nice. But that being said, that cold front it's effectively like pinball here. That cold front digging into the south, that's a big trough. Again, that's another area of low pressure that's going to kind of knock Milton eastward. So, doing a little forensic meteorology here, it's possible that with that front digging in now south of Jacksonville, that you might see that cone move more to the south. We will see here in 15 minutes, little more than 15, really close, 15 minutes. I also am very curious to read the discussion from the National Hurricane Center as well. Okay? All right. Jack, what the heck was that? You heard that too? Oh, something. Holy cow. Usually our neighbors upstairs are the ones making noise. They're all very nice every time I run into them. If any of them are watching, you guys are great. Okay. So David says that he can't rejoin because he was removed by the host. Okay. All right. I told him to try again. All right. So, I had that up the whole time on TikTok. Folks, thank you very much for following us. Over 106,000 followers. I mean, your support is amazing. And for all of you folks that are watching, oh boy, hang on YouTube. I got to make Sandy Rose Jack, don't show my web browser here. I'm going to sign in on YouTube. Sandy, I think I'm able to do this right now. I might have to sign in. Yeah, I'm already in. Stand by, Sandy Rose. I'm going to make you a mod. All right. Stand by. Okay. How do I do that? I'm going to figure this out. Oh, shoot. Wrong YouTube channel. Hang on. All right. Folks, we are 15 minutes away from the update from the National Hurricane Center. Of course, we are tracking Hurricane Milton here, which is right now a Category 5 hurricane. Jack, also, I'm going to have to pop out my AirPods here because it seems like they are super low on battery. So let me get them charged. I probably will have to switch to another thing. So Jack, give me one moment. I'm just going to take these out, let them charge for a moment, okay? Someone said the audio is going in and out. Unclear if that's actually happening. All right, stand by, folks. Right? There are so many people in here watching. Thank you so much for joining us. For all of you that are supporting us on social media, we really, really appreciate your support a lot. Hang on. I'm using earbuds here, or you know what I'm saying. I'm probably going to have to use some headphones just so I can hear folks later. But let me figure this out here, how I do this. We're going to make some channel moderators here on YouTube. But I hope you are all doing quite well, as best as you can, here on this Tuesday, October 8th. We are 15 minutes away from the update from the National Hurricane Center. Yeah, people are saying audio's fine. Yeah, I think that's just a troll, guys. How the heck do I do this? Why can't channel customization? Why can't I find it? How do I make somebody a mod on YouTube? Why is this so difficult? Jack, do you know? Oh, of course, Jack can't talk to me right now. Let's use the good old internet to figure that out, huh? And that for anyone else that's watching on any of the other social media platforms, let me know if you want to be a moderator. Okay. Someone says TikTok's lagging. I don't think it is. All right. Okay, I see Sandy Rose. Add as a moderator. We got it. Hang on. All right, Sandy, I'm making you a moderator. You can review and remove chat messages and put users in timeout. There you go. Big shout out to my radar superfan, Sandy Rose. Thank you very much, Sandy. Okay. All right. I knew there's no issues with the audio. Gotta love internet trolls, huh? All right. I'm gonna have to have, of course, I didn't have it with me now. I gotta bring another pair of headphones in here. I left my bag in the other room. Something I want to add. What'd you say, Jack? Who'd you say? David? Just give me a moment here for my AirPods to charge up, and I'll pop them back in. I had the pair of wired headphones, Jack. I left them, of course, in the other room. I'll get them here in a moment. But for folks that are watching, something I have not talked about yet at all are these things here. These mobile power banks. Hashtag not a sponsor. But these things, I would argue, should be in your hurricane preparedness kit. If you are to lose power, which I hate to break it to you, you're probably going to lose power if you live in Central Florida. If you lost power during Ian, I mean, you're probably losing power here. Ian was a weakening at the time when it moved through Central Florida as a tropical storm. Milton is arriving in Central Florida as a Category 2 hurricane. So something like this, where if you lose power, I mean, this is literally, you can plug USB devices into this one. This one's magnetic, so I can pop my phone right on here. Charges a little slower, but whatever, it's still a battery. Having these things charged up, huge, 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 huge. Especially if you want to continue to watch our live stream, but of course, more importantly, if you needed to reach out to emergency services or your friends or family to let them know if you're safe. Having them is great. What is going on in YouTube here? Crazy. Someone is saying, I want the man to answer 100% certainty. What are you talking about? What are you talking about on Twitch? Huntress asking about Leslie. We're not talking about her Hurricane Leslie, although I can show you. Leslie's what we'd call a fish storm. The only thing that it is impacting, fish. All right. It looks like this person has been asking the entire stream on Twitch what's happening in Plantation, which is near Fort Lauderdale. Of course, Fort Lauderdale down here in Miami, it's probably going to rain a little bit and be a bit breezy. Truth be told, one of the best places you can be right now in Florida is South Florida. Now, unless the cone shifts dramatically southward, and we'll talk to David here in just a moment, it doesn't seem like that's likely, like that much of a dramatic switch. But you should be much better there. Or, hey, what a beautiful time to go check out the beautiful beaches of Pensacola than right now. Water's probably going to be a little rough, but no hurricane going up that way. All right, Jack, give me one moment here. I'm going to pop these AirPods back in. They should have gotten a decent amount of juice. Let me see. Hang on. Yeah, I'm at 39%. Let's pop them back in. Oh, coincidentally, one of them. Okay, now they're not connecting. Stand by. Hang on. Apple. What a great company, but boy. What am I saying? It's probably user error. Let's keep it a buck here. Hang on. There we go. Okay. Hang on 1 second, Jack. I'm just going to exit IFB. Jack, go ahead and talk. I hear you. Okay. And with that, he has returned. Oh, no. Turn off Bluetooth on the iPad. There you go. Done. Done. Okay. And with that, let's bring him back into the conversation. Of course, I am talking about the MyRadar Director of Meteorological Research, tropical weather expert, has a meteorological phenomenon named after him, and lover of all things Philadelphia for whatever reason, Dr. David Ruglicki. David, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mike.
Okay, your signal is not great, but I can hear you.
I know.
All right, so David, for those of you that are not, people are saying, Mike, just use one earbud at a time and let one stay charging. Tracy, that's not a bad idea. I'll do that for tomorrow. I should be good for the rest of this, but that is a great idea. Someone said the glazing is crazy. Y'all are nuts. I'm just bigging up my guy David here. Do you have a meteorological phenomenon named after you that you discovered? Probably not. David does. And for that, by the way, if you go into or look for our playlist on hurricanes, and you will find David talking about his meteorological phenomena. David, is Milton going to be a Ruglicki cane?
No, Ruglicki canes usually happen on the way up shortly after Genesis, and you got to hit them just right with an upper level anticyclone. That was the big difference. Like when you talk about vertical wind shear, most of the time shear is pretty bad, but in very specific cases, it can be good. And if you want to talk about like, well, can you give me an example of which hurricanes were Ruglicki canes? Sure. Joaquin 2015, Matthew 2016, and Dorian. And yes, we did a big study on Dorian. We actually had the planes fly into Dorian. We matched it up with satellite imagery. So we had that was a really, really good one. So no, Milton right now does not look like it was a Ruglicki cane. No.
David, we have the new, whoa, okay. Breaking news, we have the new path, David. Or we have the path, we have an intensity guidance. Breaking news. Milton is a Category 5 once again. 167 mile per hour winds with gusts at 201 miles per hour. It is forecast to remain as a major hurricane on final approach to the west coast of Florida. Good news for the folks in Tampa. For the first time in days, the cone is shifting south. Just barely, but it has shifted south to the point now where the center of the cone is now over Bradenton and now Sarasota. Portions of Fort Myers are now in the cone as well. David, a big shift here. The cone, now the center of it going over Brevard County, Melbourne, Palm Bay, Cape Canaveral now, right on the right front quadrant there on final approach. Orlando now firmly in the right front quadrant. For folks in Daytona Beach, you are out of the cone. This is I just got like chills. This is a big shift here and a big tick up in intensity too. It was at 155 miles per hour not long ago, now 167. David, I'm just going to update some things over here. It looks like the storm surge forecast has remained the same. I want to see if the discussion is now here. It is. All right, I'm going to read it. David, I'm going to read it in real time. For folks that are just joining us, what's going on, everybody? My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm joined, you can see him on the screen, maybe not on TikTok, but he is there in spirit. The Director of Meteorological Research, David Ruglicki. Dr. David Ruglicki, I should say, who, again, folks, used to work at the National Hurricane Center. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to hurricanes. David, you've written, right, and been involved with these discussions, right?
Been involved. Haven't written any. I don't have any authorship, but I've been involved.
I'm excited. I'm excited. A little too much here. but I know you've been involved with them. So let's read it here. Folks, these discussions are giving you an inside look as to what is going on inside the National Hurricane Center. Jack, if you want to leave the app up, just so people that come on social media, they see that. The discussion might steer some people of the way if they're just coming to the chat and they see a block of text, I have found. But hey, you guys in the chat, we're here for it, all right? Let's do it. So the Air Force Research, I can't speak. The Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunters found that Milton's central pressure had dropped to 923 millibars in the last pass they made through the eye a few hours ago. The satellite presentation has improved since that time, with a thick ring of cold cloud tops surrounding a 10-mile wide eye. So David, that confirms, right? We underwent eye wall replacement. That's a doubling, right? If not 2.5 times what it previously was. This pattern yielded a 140 knot from TAFB, with several of the objective satellite estimates between 140 and 145. Milton has again become a Category 5 hurricane with maximum sustained winds estimated to be 145 knots. Another Air Force mission is entering Milton as we speak. Here we go. Milton wobbled a bit to the southeast today, but the longer-term 12-hour motion is east-northeastward. Milton is forecast to turn northeastward and begin accelerating later today as it moves between a trough digging into the Gulf of Mexico and a ridge near the Greater Antilles. I'm going to pause right there. I'm going to show people what in the world that means. I'm going to go to the My Radar app, go into the layers menu here, and toggle on fronts. Okay? The ridge of high pressure, it's not showing it here, but the ridge down here near the Greater Antilles, there's high pressure, which means the air is rotating clockwise, right? So we have effectively that ridge pushing Milton northward. While in the same token, on the other side, you have this big cold front, which is low pressure, right? Rotating counterclockwise. So it's effectively getting squeezed between the ridge to the southeast and the trough to the northwest. That's likely why you saw the cone shift a little bit more to the south, because, spoiler alert, in meteorology, the cold front always wins. And that is shoving it a little more to the south. I'm going to go back to the discussion here. Man, 167, David, that took my breath away there for a moment. I'm going to jump back over here. Because of the wobble, the track guidance has been initialized a bit to the south of where many of the raw model fields think the hurricane was centered at 1800 UTC. And now this has caused the entire guidance envelope to shift a bit south on this cycle. It is still crucial to remember that even at 36 hours around the time of potential landfall, the NHC's track forecast can be off by an average of 60 nautical miles, which means we still can't pinpoint an exact landfall location, especially if additional wobbles occur in the short term. After landfall, Milton is forecast to cross Florida and emerge over the Atlantic waters on Thursday. This is a long discussion, David. Milton is expected to maintain major hurricane strength while it moves across the Gulf of Mexico and approaches the west coast of Florida. Stronger vertical shear is expected to increase in about 24 hours, but even if this causes some weakening, it will likely not be enough to keep Milton from being an extremely dangerous hurricane when it reaches shore. I mean, amen to that. For them to write that. Additionally, the first stages of extratropical transition may just be underway as Milton is reaching the coast, which could impart some baroclinic energy and slow the rate of weakening. David, we'll talk about that here in a second. That's crazy they put that in there. The NHC intensity forecast is close to the top end of the model envelope, which includes the GFS and European models, since these models have had a better handle on a potential positive trough interaction. Milton's wind field is expected to expand as it approaches Florida. In fact, the official forecast shows the hurricane and tropical storm force winds roughly doubling in size by the time it makes landfall. In addition, the stronger than normal winds could occur on the northwest backside of the storm, since Milton will be interacting with a frontal boundary and beginning extratropical transition. We're almost at the end, folks. Damaging winds, life-threatening storm surge, and heavy rainfall will extend well outside the forecast cone. I'm going to repeat myself one more time. Damaging winds, life-threatening storm surge, and heavy rainfall will extend well outside the forecast cone. This is a very serious situation, and residents in Florida should closely follow orders from their local emergency management officials. Evacuations and other preparations should be completed today. That is a very grim, short sentence that I'm going to read again one more time. Evacuations and other preparations should be completed today. Milton has the potential. Whoa. David. Okay, I got to take a deep breath here. There's 6,500 people watching.
Lay it on me.
Here we go. Milton has the potential to be one of the most destructive hurricanes on record for West Central Florida. That's how they chose to end the discussion. There's a couple of other points, of course, that they make in here. But David, 167 mile per hour winds, that represents a huge jump from where it was previously. What are your thoughts? The shift to the south, them talking about how it's like at peak intensity for their model guidance, and that line right there at the end. Milton has the potential to be one of the most destructive hurricanes on record for West Central Florida. Your thoughts, David?
So a couple things. Who signed that? Who was the forecaster? Because there's a lot of
Berg.
Oh, Robbie Berg.
That's Robbie,
wrote it.
right?
Yeah, Robbie Berg. Yep. Yeah, so that is wild because there's a lot of very specific high-level meteorology there, like trough interactions, extratropical transition. You normally don't see that until this storm is up, until storms like this are up near Canada. So that is wild. Now, the other thing he was talking about with the vertical wind shear, yeah, shear will weaken it, but if it has, say, it weakens it 15 knots, you're still talking about a Category 4. And it's going over the loop current. Yeah, again, 30-degree SSTs are undefeated. And I think that's what they're going here. Because historically, we've talked about this. When it's over, when it's approaching land, historically it should weaken, but they don't do that anymore because the sea surface temperatures are so warm. So obviously we're in the car going to Miami. I'm sure you can hear my son behind me. There he is. Alex,
what's
say
up,
hi.
Alex?
Yeah, there's my son.
What's up, Alex?
So we're driving down to Miami. I feel less great about the thing shifting to the south, but yeah, the fact that it just keeps going because we keep expecting these things to weaken and they just don't, and that's amazing and terrifying. And you're right, like because we're in the middle of it, right? Like the part of it as a meteorologist, like wow, this is exciting, and then you're like, wait a minute, I'm in the cone. I'm going to be experiencing this. All these people are going to be experiencing this. Yeah, it's pretty wild, and I'm breathless with the intensification rate there. It's truly astonishing because you think like, oh, this storm can't surprise us, and then it's just blowing through all the records over and over and over again, Mike. And I don't know what else you can say here. It's like I agree with what the Hurricane Center is saying. Is like you got to get out. Like this is, if you're in the path of this thing, this is truly going to be something that's truly devastating, Mike.
David, I am literally, as you're talking here, I'm just grabbing, I'm literally snipping it over here. Because I want to get it out onto social media here. I'm going to grab the path here, oh my gosh, like that last line there where they effectively are dropping the hammer, right? And saying that it's going to be the most destructive in West Central Florida. David, I mean, this may sound silly, but like, what do they mean when they're saying that,
One more time. Can you for everyone repeat that again? Yeah, I can hear you.
When they say one of the most destructive storms in West Central, I mean, these are not light words that they are choosing. So why should people really heed that?
Well, I think because you have to think about what does that mean for the west coast of Florida? And we just had Ian and Helene, hit the Big Bend. Helene was devastating for the Big Bend, but for this west coast of Florida, particularly this location, you have Charlie and Ian, but even Charlie was a little bit south of this, right? So, and we keep talking about this. This area hasn't seen a major hurricane make landfall here in 100 years. And right now it's going to be picking up speed. And I still can't believe they broke out the extratropical transition here in the Gulf of Mexico. In the Gulf of Mexico. We normally
David,
see this.
What does that mean for the folks that are watching? There's 7,000 people here on TikTok right now. What does that mean? I'll pull it up in a moment. I'm just finalizing a tweet here.
Sure. So this is wild. So what we mean by extratropical transition is it goes way back to what we talked about an hour ago with a warm core versus a cold core system. So a warm core system, basically on the planet, it's hurricanes and polar lows. Maybe we'll make another video about hurricanes and polar lows the same. But speaking of that, but yeah, what that means is that winds are strongest at the surface and decrease with height. Normally, over the mid latitudes, when you have big troughs, we call these cold core systems. So there are cold anomalies aloft, and they have the strongest winds that are at the tropopause, at the top of what the layer of the atmosphere in which we live. When these two interact, what happens here is that the trough can enhance the vertical motion in a tropical cyclone. This is known as trough interactions. These have been studied at length for going past 3 decades. But that usually doesn't happen where transitions from a symmetric, what we mean by symmetric is same on all sides. That's a hurricane, is a symmetric warm core system, to an asymmetric cold core system, like you'd see like a low pressure system bringing you rain or snow in the wintertime. But with a hurricane, almost all hurricanes undergo this sort of transition. But again, this happens normally in the Atlantic anyway, when it's off the coast of like Canada or approaching Britain, or in the Western Pacific when it's up around, Kamchatka or approaching Alaska. This is so unusual for them to be breaking this out. So they're really talking about this trough enhancing the outflow, enhancing the vertical motion of the tropical cyclone, and creating this asymmetric, essentially, monster at 20 degrees north. So this is really unusual to be making something out like this at we're talking like 150 knots. So this is something wild that I don't think anyone has ever seen before at this low latitude in the Gulf of Mexico, Mike.
Looking around at some of their other graphics here, David, it looks like there isn't a huge update to the rainfall potential graphic, although we are starting to see some rain kind of tick up over southwest Florida, like Naples, Fort Myers now expected to see, 1 to 4 inches of rain. They are mentioning localized 18 inches of rain through Thursday. That's new. Look back at the storm surge here. Yeah, okay, so that's new. I'm trying to I'm like, man, though that was one hell of a discussion there, David, that Robbie Berg just like hit me in the chest with there. The Charlotte Harbor now is up to 8 to 12 feet of storm surge, David. Tampa Bay still at 10 to 15. Even the folks up in the Big Bend now 3 to 5 inches. Bonita Beach 8 to 12 as well. Wow. Let's see the flooding potential. Did they expand that? Yup. Orlando and Tampa fully in the high risk of flash flooding now. It's extending out close to Daytona Beach. They haven't included that. Miami now in the slight risk of flash flooding. Again, a slight risk compared to just this mess here. Holy Toledo, man. Let's go and look at the cone here. Okay, so David, here's a new update for us here. Landfall, it effectively looks like they're calling it at around 1 a.m. on Thursday, right? So it could come early Wednesday or super late Wednesday, like close to midnight, if not early Thursday. What that means for folks is that from 1 a.m. on Thursday, when this thing makes landfall, until roughly 1 a.m. on Friday, it's going to be a tough day for Florida. Yeah. Boy. David, I want to pull up that discussion one more time here. I'm going to go back to some of the wording in here for it. Let me find it here. So they wrote, it is extremely critical to remember that even at 36 hours around the time of potential landfall, the NHC's track forecast can be off by an average of 60 nautical miles, so they can't know an exact location. David, talk about, again, when these storms wobble, even a smaller storm like Milton, when it wobbles, how much of a difference is that going to make here?
Because the eye is so small, probably the order of the eye. And just to be clear, when they say the wobble, the $5 word, again, to use that expression as we, work on our way towards like $50 sentences, is called trochoidal. That's your fun word to explain what's going on there. And I won't go into the dynamics of why that happens, but that causes the little wiggles in the track. And because the eye is so small, it's very difficult. So when they plot the track, when they make the track, they're trying to average and smooth out those little wobbles. So for people, especially on the shore, a wobble in either direction can mean you get the eye wall, you get the eye, or you get none of the above. So this is going to be, right down to the last maybe half hour of when this storm is approaching landfall, where the specific landfall is going to happen. So that's basically, I think, what they're saying here, Mike.
All right. So, Jack, let's pull up the app one more time. I'm going to re-rack it for folks. And then we're getting to the point here, folks, where I told you at the beginning of the stream that I was going to wrap things up as we get closer to 6 o'clock, being that, I would really prefer that if you are watching this live stream and that you live in Florida, that you need to be preparing. You are simply running out of time before the real life monster arrives knocking on your door. Okay? Speaking of which, let's go. Heck yeah. Shout out, Jack. Let's re-rack it from the top here. What's going on? My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with My Radar. I am joined by the My Radar Director of Meteorological Research, Dr. David Ruglicki. It is 5:12 Eastern Time, and we are tracking one of the more significant hurricanes that I have seen in my lifetime, and one that continues to defy expectation, and that is Hurricane Milton. That is now once again a Category 5 hurricane with 167 mile per hour winds, gusting to 201 miles per hour. A storm that has already ranked amongst the top 5 for the strongest hurricanes on record in the Atlantic Basin, stronger than Katrina was. We're talking central pressure, okay? Milton is expected to make landfall along the western coast of the state very late tomorrow night, if not early Thursday morning. We're talking, according to the National Hurricane Center, close to potentially 1 o'clock in the morning. Impacts will be felt well ahead of that as water continues to slam into the southwestern coastline of the state. You can see here that the cone of uncertainty, or the cone of probability, stretches from Palm Harbor to now close to Fort Myers, Florida. Folks, as they just alluded to, the National Hurricane Center says that even with a slight wobble, you could see this thing come a bit more to the south. That means folks in Naples, Bonita Springs, Fort Myers, you're not in the cone right now, but you need to effectively act like you could be, right? This is expected to make landfall as a major hurricane here as a Category 3. Now, bear in mind that the city of Tampa has not had a major landfall in over 100 years, 103 years to be exact. As it stands right now, that record is, again, in serious jeopardy of being broken. But I mean, it's tracking a little more to the south. That's the new update here from the NHC. That being said, it will weaken to a Category 1 hurricane by the time it arrives to near Melbourne, Florida, into that's Thursday afternoon at around 1 p.m., which means that for that little blue dot, that's me right now in Oklahoma, David, my brain is mashed potatoes. In Orlando, it's going to be a long couple days for us here in the Sunshine State. Okay? If you are watching on social media, again, we really appreciate if you were to follow us. We are going to be live streaming tomorrow in the app, on YouTube, on X, on Facebook, on TikTok, on Twitch. We will be on all of our social media platforms. So again, please follow us. We'd really appreciate the support as always. Thank you to everyone that's been sending gifts on TikTok. I don't think I missed any super chats here on YouTube. But again, for the people that have sent them already and people subscribing on Twitch as well, thank you very, very much for your continued support. We really, really appreciate it. Someone said Mike needs a break. Listen, this is nothing. This is 4 hours of straight live streaming. We're going to be streaming for a long time tomorrow. So again, be sure to join us. That way, you know, whenever we drop a new video, of course, whenever we go live. David, I'm at a bit of a loss for words here. I wasn't expecting that like sobering of a discussion there where they like dropped the hammer like over and over and over again here. So let's talk about this here, David. It's a Cat 5 right now. It's forecast to weaken over the next day. What are those forces that could cause it to weaken? And based on what they have discussed and based on what you are seeing meteorologically, do you think that that is going to happen?
It's vertical wind shear. I think that's been the name of the game. Even 4 or 5 days ago, they talked about of intensification, but weakening from vertical wind shear as it approaches the coast. The trough also doing a lot of steering here. So again, when it comes to vertical wind shear, what does that mean? It's a change in wind speed with height. And since a trough is as we just learned, a cold core system, winds increase with height. That means the upper levels are going to be hit with stronger winds than lower levels, the hurricane, I mean, and that's going to tip it over. And when you start tipping it over or tilting it, that is going to reduce the vertical motion, reduce the thermodynamic efficiency of the storm. It's also going to allow the storm to be affected more by dry air. And finally, because Milton is a smaller storm, particularly relative to the one we just had, Helene, it is more susceptible to the effects of vertical wind shear. So, as a saving grace, that will end up weakening the storm. Now, having said all that, what's working for the storm and against us, I guess, humanity, is 2 things. One are the ocean temperatures. It's going to be going over, I see I'm getting a little choppy here. It's going to be going over the loop current. Those are warm SSTs. There are warm SSTs off the coast of Western Florida. Helene did not do enough to churn it up. And then the last little bit of it is that, as Robbie Berg talked about, you're going to be talking about a trough interaction, and as the storm undergoes what is called an extratropical transition, which is going to allow it to continue intensifying, but not in a traditional hurricane way. And that is even scarier is if it grows, because that means it's going to grow. So the maximum winds and precipitation are going to be spread out over a much larger area. So this is a very interesting and frightening situation, Mike.
Yeah, I'm David. I'm sorry. I'm still like at a bit of a loss for words here. It's a situation that, this is a double whammy, right? Because we are meteorologists. We, of course, this is what we do, but it also impacts where we live, right? It's a big double whammy here. I'm glad that you're not in Lakeland, David. I'll say that. I'm glad that you decided to leave. And for folks that someone in here was saying, I live in Brandon, which is, near Tampa. You don't want to be there. Right? Better safe than sorry, right? In this instance. But my heart breaks, Dave.
So that is deadpan as you can put it. Just, you don't want to be there.
You don't want to be there. My heart breaks, David, for the people that live in this part of the world that have never seen anything like this before. And like their parents or grandparents probably haven't seen anything like this before. And again, it's like watching the monster movie, or it's like Godzilla, and you can see him, right? He's coming right for you, and you're just helpless. So this is why you have to act. You have to prepare now. In that discussion, folks, they alluded to, and I'm going to pull it up again here. Let me find it. Where did it go? Gosh, this was one heck of a discussion. Yeah, this is a very serious situation. Evacuations and other preparations should be completed today. Right? So that means if you haven't put up your shutters and you're still in Southwest Florida, those need to be up today. Anything that's outside that can become airborne. I mean, you might think, oh, my grill, that's fine outside. You want your grill flying into your neighbor's house? No. If you have a trampoline, and it's not anchored to the ground, definitely bring that inside. That's effectively a giant sail that will fly away. One of my neighbors here up locally has like a pile of wood in his backyard. I don't know if he's watching. Let's get that crap in the garage, huh? Not a good idea to leave that outside. Trash cans, you get it. Anything outside that can become airborne, do not leave outside. Okay. If you have not secured water or non-perishable foods, now is the time to do so. You are running out of time. Batteries, medication, cash. I mean, gas is going to be an issue. I know, David, you were saying in Lakeland they're out. We had poor Mauricio going to a bunch of gas stations up here and can't find any. I guess that means people are really taking this seriously, David, which is good. That is a good thing. But this is why when we tell you to prepare at the start of hurricane season, this is why. Because then you get caught up in the panic, and that's just never a good place to be, especially if you then can't get water or non-perishable foods at your house. Again, I showed you before these mobile power banks. If you have any devices that have a battery that need to be charged, do that tonight. The last thing that you want to do is not do that and then not have the ability to reach out to emergency management or, watch a critical live stream like ours to be able to deliver that information to you. Of course, download the My Radar app. Jack, if you want to pull it up here, if you want to pull it up on the screen here, the app is completely free to download. You can download it on iOS, Android, on Amazon, as well as on Windows too. Again, it is completely free to download. Yes, there are premium features, just like what we're seeing here. The Hurricane Tracker is a premium feature. There's so many other great things in the app that are premium features. But that being said, you don't have to get them if you don't want them. There's a free 3-day trial. You turn it on right now. It'll take you right through effectively Milton going across the state. But again, to reiterate to folks, as David and I have talked about, this is an extremely rare situation for a storm to effectively go from west to east across the Gulf of Mexico, barely encumbered by land, moving over insanely warm waters. There are a lot of climatological factors at play here that I hope people are seeing a trend over the past couple of years that have seen these insane storms rapidly intensify over the Gulf of Mexico. And this will be a storm that I think is studied for years and years to come by meteorology students, just based on its insistence to not go away. David, at this point, again, all folks can do is prepare. As the expression goes, if you fail to prepare, then prepare to fail, right? And at this point, I mean, for folks that, are, that have faith in their lives, well, you better thank your faith here that vertical wind shear and dry air exists, because holy cow, David, if we did not have those two factors at play, I mean, I just got chills a little bit. What a storm we could be looking at here just based on the Gulf of Mexico. So I told folks that we were going to take it up to this point here because I really, really want people, as much as I want you to watch us here on social media, and I think that's great that y'all are paying attention. It's fantastic. And again, thank you for all of your support. We'll have our full team streaming tomorrow. I need to reiterate to people that live in Florida that are watching me right now, we're going to wrap things up here soon, but I want you to prepare tonight. I literally, when I go home tonight, my wife works in local news as well, so it's going to be a very busy couple of days for us. We're going to be bringing the rest of our stuff inside tonight. David and I have talked. I have a grill outside that I love. I just got not a sponsor, one of those Blackstone flat tops. It's great. I want to bring that inside. Not going to leave that outside. My kids have a bunch of equipment, playground stuff outside. Got to bring that stuff in. The mods on Twitch, by the way, if we can highlight, I don't know if you guys can do that. We want to highlight that clip where the 5 o'clock dropped. I'm still kind of at a loss for words here, David. Is there anything else, David, that you want to mention? Of course, you are on your, yes, my kids are safe. Grandma and grandpa are coming from Melbourne to come and watch the kiddos. So big shout out. Someone on Twitch just said, make sure your EVs are charged. It's a great point. David, is there, yes, I can zoom in. Sorry about that. We'll answer some more questions here in just a moment. But David, is there anything else you want to make mention to the people about the rarity of this event, about preparations? What knowledge would you like to impart on the people?
Well, for preparations, I guess since we're driving in the middle of it, we're the My Radar traffic copter. Yeah, I'll do that kind of right now. So if you're since the track has shifted to the south, that means towns farther to the south and cities farther to the south are going to have to be worried about moving. So there is heavy traffic, I believe, on 80 East through Clewiston. We're coming to that junction on 27 South, so we're going to be going around that. So just be aware of that. If you're trying to head east in Clewiston, which is northwest of Lake Okeechobee, there's a choke point there. So just be aware of that. Alligator Alley, likewise, coming east out of Naples, is also very packed. So I just want to give you a little traffic update with that. Now, when it comes to the actual storm itself, yeah, when it comes to the rapid intensification of the storm, just going all the way back, this is rarefied air with Wilma from 2005 and Felix from 2007. And I also want to bring up something. If you go before that, after Helene happened, right? We were there was that. I remember when Mike, we were on the live stream. We were talking about Helene, and it's like, yeah, I look forward to doing this again with you in about 7 to 10 days. And kind of here we are, right? But that blob in the Western Caribbean just kind of waited and waited, and people are like, oh, is it ever going to form? Or is it going to be a rain event? Be careful what you wish for, because right now we're looking at a totally devastating and destructive storm that's going to be walloping Western Florida, the likes of which that, again, the closest things we can talk about are Charlie from 2004 in this specific area and Ian a couple years ago, but that was farther south. So it really has been such a long time that the western coast of Florida has seen something, particularly approaching from this direction, from the Bay of Campeche eastward to the Gulf of Mexico to the west coast of Florida. Unheard of. Wrong Way Lenny in 1999. That's the only thing that comes to mind that pulled this west to east move. Very unusual, very unheard of. And Robbie Berg's absolutely sobering messaging. And I got to say, the Hurricane Center is doing an awesome job with the messaging, with Helene talking about the unsurvivable storm surge, and now Robbie talking about this amazing extratropical transition in the Gulf of Mexico, something we've never seen before. This truly is something wild and something astonishing. Yeah, and you're right. There's two parts of this, because as a meteorologist, speaking as a scientist, this is truly fascinating, truly something exciting that'll be great to study. But the second it gets on land, if you just think as a human being and me, as a husband and father, all these families and people impacted, this is going to be truly devastating. So I hope if you're watching this, if you have family, if you're in these areas, if you have loved ones, they gotta go. This is the real deal. I liken this, I grew up in Jersey, and I liken this to the 2011-2012 thing. And 2011 was Irene. And Irene was a tropical storm that went from basically southwest to northeast of New Jersey, just cut the state in half. And it rained, it was windy, it was a bad time. And then Sandy came in next year later. And remember, Sandy was only air quotes, a tropical storm, was barely a hurricane. And I told my friends and loved ones, I'm like, this is the real deal. This is not totally different from Irene. Like, you got to go. And my family, to their credit, listened to me. But a lot of people were like, I had no idea. And I think that's the thing, is that because this hasn't happened on the west coast of Florida, people, I don't think know. I think after Andrew, like in Miami, if you say like a Cat 5's coming, people understand what that means. And on the west coast of Florida, it's just been such a long time since something like this has happened. I don't think we collectively know what that means. And it's the more I think about it, like, it's a category 5 again in the Gulf. This is truly unprecedented all the way around, right? So, Mike, we're watching something really crazy here going on.
Oh man, put a bow on it there for sure, David. My gosh, I just shared a view from space on our. Okay, hang on one second. Breaking news as of an hour ago here. Disney World and Disney Springs are closing early on Wednesday. The Animal Kingdom and Hollywood Studios are going to close at 1 p.m. Magic Kingdom, Epcot, and Disney Springs close at 2. They are likely to remain closed on Thursday. That doesn't surprise me whatsoever. We even got the president. I guess he just did a press conference not too long ago saying that the storm could be one of the worst storms in 100 years in Florida. Yep, that's what we've been saying. Jack, hang on one second. Let me pull this up because, I don't want to show the graveyard that is the reply section on X here. I want to show you guys this view. Check this out. This is from, I'm going to mispronounce his name, Nahel who's a great follow as well on social media on X. This is a view from the International Space Station of Milton below. Look at that. And again, that's a small storm, right? But the fact that it's so tightly wound is truly a sight to see. All right, Jack, let's go back to the app here so I can, again, I don't want to violate TOS on Twitch by showing some crazy stuff in the comments there. Anywho, all that being said, to David's point here, this is a very serious situation that you need to respect. Do not try and play, try and play stupid games with Mother Nature. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I mean, this is not anything to mess around about. We are not trying to instill panic. We are not trying to hype this up to whatever degree. This is a super duper serious situation. Someone says, I'm in Tampa, had no way to evacuate. We shared earlier on X as well that if you can't evacuate, that there's a promo code for Uber that will take you to an emergency shelter. I advise that you do that. Do not stay, right? Anywho, that being said, the app is completely free to download. It's on iOS, Android, Windows, Amazon. Folks in the chat are asking, will we be streaming tomorrow? Yes. So again, be sure to follow us on social media, whether that is on TikTok, on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. We'd really appreciate it. If you're watching on YouTube, click that like button. It really just helps us get out into the world. Of course, on X, Facebook, be sure to follow us, subscribe, what have you. And again, download the My Radar app with notifications turned on. We are likely going to be sending out a fairly significant push alert tomorrow. We're going to be sending out a forecast early in the morning, and then we'll also be sending out an alert saying that we're live streaming. So again, folks, do not take this lightly. This is a super duper serious situation here. Sandy Rose says, prepare for your pets. Absolutely. I haven't even mentioned that once. And I love my dogs. I was going to bring one of them today. He's in a cone. He's having a tough time. Make sure you have food for your pets as well. You don't want to overlook the fur babies, as one would say. Do we know what the promo code is? Yes, for Uber. Hang on one second. Let me pull that up. Let me pull it up. For Uber, the promo code is, Jack, if you want to go back to the web browser here. So here's the directions. If you download the Uber app, you tap account in the bottom right and then hit wallet. The promo code is all caps Milton Relief. And they will get you free rides to and from shelters in counties evacuating for Milton. So for those of you that just said, I'm in Hillsborough County or Pinellas County and I can't leave, that's not true. Utilize this here for a free ride to a shelter. Okay? And if you want more information, go to floridadisaster.org. You can also head over to our partners at Flash. These folks are the tip of the spear when it comes to strengthening your home. They are the Federal Alliance for Safe Homes. Go to hurricanestrong.org. And if you're panicking and you don't want to overlook anything, they have literally checklists here to take inventory of stuff around your house and little household hacks, probably using stuff you already have at home to help protect your house that much more from water intrusion or what have you. So big shout out to our friends over at Flash. Again, hurricanestrong.org to go and see that. David, I think that, Jack, if you want to switch back to the app here, we're going to take some time to answer some questions. David, do you have just a few more minutes to stay with us?
Yeah, I think I have a few more minutes. Then we're gonna after I bounce off here, we're gonna switch, and I'll start driving the second half of the trip. But yeah, I got a few more minutes.
Shout out to Sarah. Can we get in the chat W Sarah for driving David and I see Alex in the back there. Again, let us know what your favorite Metroid game is in the chat. We got W Sarah's coming in on Twitch. I see it on TikTok. So W Sarah for driving. Big shout out. And Sarah's a teacher. Big shout out to the teachers of the world. My mother was a science teacher. She has now since retired. They are the unsung heroes of our society, educating the next generation to be better than us. So big shout out to the teachers of the world. Okay, questions. If you guys have any questions, get them in now. We're going to be wrapping up here soon because I want to give you the opportunity to prepare for this. We will be streaming live tomorrow. So, of course, be sure to be following along to get your notification. And we will ride it out as long as we can. Of course, you can see the app, that little blue dot. We are here in Orlando. We have redundancies in place in case we are to lose power here. Jack in the back. Let's get a W in the chat for Jack, who has been putting in the hours to make sure all of this entire live streaming setup, you guys can't see this awesome setup in here. Maybe if Jack switches to that camera up here, we could show it. Jack set all this up back here, the studio. I don't know if you can take the wide shot, Jack. All the decoration. Jack has a camera in the back, by the way. Jack could show himself. But that being said, huge shout out to Jack for making... You were just on camera? I didn't see you. Whatever. Oh, okay. Big shout out to Jack for making all of this a reality. Okay, now, let's answer some of your questions. We have got... So a question from Michael on YouTube, David. Is the NHC now giving more credit to the steering winds? David, to me, it seems like from that discussion, they're talking a lot about how that cold front digging in is going to both help and hurt the forecast for Florida. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, but as far as the steering, I think that question is asking about accelerating it into the coast. I think that's what I'm trying to understand here, or steering versus shearing, right? Because steering, you're moving the storm, and shearing, you're tipping it over and tilting it. So it might be that, separating the two is tricky. When are you moving the storm? When are you shearing the storm? So yeah, I think they're now talking about this storm accelerating. They've always hinted at it, but now I think they're really diving into how this storm is going to be accelerated by the trough, Mike.
Another question from Emma on TikTok. What's the likelihood of the storm changing track? Emma, that's a fantastic question because each update that we've seen today, David, going early this morning to the one we had at 1 o'clock, and now to the one we have here at 5, which, by the way, I'm sure you're looking, if you looked at their website, the National Hurricane Center, you're like, why is it in Central Time? That's because the storm is in the Central Time Zone, technically. Anyway, little fun fact for you. That being said, can it change track? Unfortunately, yes, it can. Now, I don't think you're going to see wholesale change where, like, you're going to wake up tomorrow morning and you're going to see Miami and Key West in the cone. I think David's jaw would be like through the bottom of the car that he's driving in if we saw that big of a shift. That would be remarkable meteorologically for that to occur. But I do think that you're seeing a narrowing of the cone here, where now Spring Hill not in the cone anymore because it is shifting a little bit more to the south, just a teeny bit more. Teeny bit more. Someone's asking when's the next update. Yes. Thank you, Gabs. At 8 o'clock tonight is the next update from the NHC. Then it'll be at 11 p.m. And then, David, more than likely into tomorrow, we're going to get hourly updates, right?
Yeah, hourly updates happen when it comes into regular radar coverage, because when that happens, you get a better idea of where the center is. So right now, when they determine where the center is and what everything that goes into their track forecasts, a lot of it is satellite. Satellite is your primary observing mechanism, but satellite isn't always the best. You lose a couple things. And then you have the planes, but you only get the 3D structure from the NOAA planes, and the hurricane hunters go in, and they go in every couple of hours. But once it comes into radar range, then you're going to get updates on position, heading, the structure of the eye wall. You're going to get those updates, every couple of minutes. So that's the real big thing. The next change is when it comes into ground-based radar coverage of the contiguous United States, Mike.
David, I'm looking up with the My Radar app here. This is the per station radar. This is a premium feature in the app, which, again, download the app. It's completely free. The premium features, you do need to subscribe to them. But that being said, there is a 3-day free trial where you get access to the per station radar, the hurricane tracker, all the good stuff. And to David, to your point, we're starting to see now some of those outer bands popping up on the Key West radar, right? Barely. So again, those hourly updates likely to begin, if not later tonight, then into early tomorrow morning, because at that point it is all systems go for final approach for this thing. People are asking, David, is it going to be a Cat 5 at landfall? unlikely in terms of their intensity guidance, but the NHC did leave a little wiggle room in there to talk about that. Your thoughts?
Yeah, of course, there's always going to be a little wiggle room because, again, 30-degree SSTs are undefeated. The wild card here is going to be, again, those SSTs, because it's still got to go over the loop current, and the Florida, I believe the coastal shelf is still very warm. It didn't do enough to kick up enough cool water to weaken that. If there is even cool water in the Gulf of Mexico right now. So yeah, no, there's an outside shot. It's very unlikely. The thing is that when hurricanes get to this intensity nominally, even without vertical wind shear going to be knocking this down, they usually have internal regulation mechanisms, eye wall replacement cycles, things of that nature. I was thinking about that's like other storms with pinhole eyes, Wilma, Patricia, Otis, to dive into the Eastern Pacific. When they hit peak intensity, they had pinhole eyes, and then they went through eye wall replacement cycles, and that kind of dropped things down a little bit. So yeah, hurricanes, even without the shear, would self-regulate before it's not a complete runaway situation. So I would consider it unlikely you get a Category 5 landfall. And remember, I think we've only had 3 Category 5 landfalls in the history of the United States, right? Michael, Camille, and I believe there's one in the 30s. That last one is slipping me. So yeah. Now, having said all that, this is going to be an extremely destructive and dangerous storm. So the category is not the whole story. That's the saying they use at the Hurricane Center. The category is not the whole story. So don't focus so much on these like moment to moment strengthening weaknesses upon landfall. This is going to be a monster impact storm, regardless of the actual intensity of landfall, Mike.
To answer a couple of the questions flying into the chat, people are asking, what is the app we're using? It's My Radar. Of course, it's on my shirt. You can see the little sticker on the microphone. It is the studio that I'm here in Orlando, Florida. It is completely free to download. If you're on TikTok, go to our profile. There's a little down arrow. It says app. You can download it for free. People are asking in YouTube, what is a capucci, which I find to be hysterical. If he's watching, he's on an airplane, but I think that's hysterical. I'm gonna have to tell him that. Someone was asking, what is a capucci? That's very funny. He would probably have a very interesting answer to that question. But meteorologist Matthew Capucci is the senior meteorologist for My Radar. He is... He loves weather, maybe more than any person I've ever met in my entire life. And Capucci is flying to Orlando and will be chasing the storm along with storm chaser Jordan Hall. For those of you that are wondering, yes, we are going to be live streaming tomorrow. Yes, people saying Capucci and his frog. Yes, he was in, gosh, David, Helene, the last hurricane. In the eye of the storm, he found a frog. He's crazy. Anyway, it's a Pokemon, someone was saying. That's very funny. We're going to be streaming live tomorrow. Myself, David, meteorologist Erica Lopez. We'll have Will Cano and Colin McCarthy here. You may know as U.S. Stormwatch on X. He's a super viral social media user. He'll be with us, as well as Jordan out in the field, and then Capucci out in the field as well. So the plan for that is probably tomorrow between 4 and 6 o'clock. It now looks like landfall will be a little bit later. So truth be told, it gives, our team a little bit of time to take a deep breath before jumping into the pool without floaties on, so to speak. And we'll be ready for that tomorrow evening. Anywho, all that being said, someone just asked, what time are y'all starting the stream tomorrow? I mean, I literally just said, but I'll say it one more time. It really depends. Landfall looks to be pretty close to midnight, if not just after midnight, right here along the southwestern coastline. Again, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Bradenton, Sarasota, Northport, and even Fort Myers to a small degree are all in the cone. Pay super close attention to updates from your local emergency management officials. Download the My Radar app. It is completely free. Again, there are premium features in the app, including the hurricane tracker, per station radar, and so many other great things. There's a free trial in the app right now for 3 days that will get you through Milton. But if you don't want the premium features anymore, whatever, so be it. No big deal. But if you want to keep them and you find some use from them, fantastic. That subscription helps support our hardworking developers and engineers that make My Radar one of the most popular weather apps in the world. Over 1 million reviews. with a 5-star rating on the App Store, having been downloaded 50 million times. So anyway, all that being said, I see all of you in the chat. Thank you very much for your continued support. We really, really appreciate it more than you know. Almost 10,000 followers gained on this TikTok stream alone. We're at small number. 108,000. It's small in the sense of the screen in front of me. 108. Believe me. I mean, y'all are amazing. We had like 20-something thousand followers at the start of hurricane season. Clearly, we're doing something right. And again, big shout out to Jack for this whole new streaming setup that is fantastic. The key is consistent, and I'm sure Jack agrees with me there. Everything is amazing. Jack did a fantastic job. Shout out to Jam, our systems integrator. I don't know if he's watching. He was on Twitch one time. Big shout out to Jam. He's the man. And yeah, anything else, David, that you'd like to put out there? I know that you want to take over driving there, give Sarah a break. And then again, as we've touched on, I still have some more prep to do at my house. So anything else you'd like to add, David, before we round things out?
Well, I know my mom is watching, and she's been hounding us for about 2 days. When are you leaving? Are you leaving? When are you leaving? Are you leaving? When are you leaving? So yeah, Mom, we're on the road to Miami. We're going to be there. Now, as you said before, hopefully that track doesn't shift all the way down to Miami, because then I'm going to feel like, yeah, Sarah's just like, I'm going to be so mad. So hopefully, it doesn't make a huge trip. So basically,
unlikely.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll be here with you guys tomorrow. We'll be pulling a double shift. I'll be talking to my buddies from the Hurricane Center. We'll stock up on energy drinks and coffee. So we'll be with you, providing you insight as best we can. And as Mike said, thank you so much for all of your support across social media. It's been great. I'm glad we could share all this with you. And stay tuned for everything we're going to be providing you. Right, Mike?
Yes. Hang on one second. I'm answering Andy. Big shout out to our founder and CEO, Andy Green. Hang on one second. Oh, we just got a super chat. Hang on one second. I'll respond to that in a moment. Okay. Oh, we got a super chat from Bailey. Thank you very much, Bailey, on YouTube. There's a 5:30 update with a pressure drop. Yeah, there is. David, so it's weakened a little bit in terms of winds, 165 miles per hour, but it's down to 905, David.
Yeah, and what that means...
That's Katrina, right? Katrina was 905.
Well, we were down in the 800. We were down in the 800 before. We're talking, right?
Yeah.
Before,
yeah, when it was 180 miles per hour, yeah.
Yeah, so what that means, when you have a pressure drop but the winds go up, that means the wind field has expanded. That's what that means.
Yeah, I see the update from the National Hurricane Center. Yeah. Pash, Berg, and Hagen. They got the A team down there, folks. The tip of the spear when it comes to tropical meteorology are the folks at the National Hurricane Center. Anyway, all that being said, we have been streaming now for 4.5 hours. That is going to be child's play compared to what we will be tomorrow, but we are here to support you. Again, download the MyRadar app. It's completely free. There are premium features that you can get a trial for right now for 3 days. Again, if you want to keep the premium features, that really helps our development and our engineering team. That being said, if you haven't already, follow us on whatever social media platform you are watching on. Of course, we are also on Instagram, LinkedIn. We're everywhere. Just search MyRadar and you will find us. All that being said, that's going to round things out for now. Big shout out to Jack, Mauricio behind the scenes. Big shout out to Erica and Capucci. Jordan Hall is in the field. Remember, we will be live streaming tomorrow. There's Jack on camera. I guess you can't see him on TikTok, but there he is. I see Jack on the stream. So it's going to be a very busy day. Jack, show him Orlando one more time. Can we pull up the live camera? I'm so psyched that we have these cameras. Someone was saying Mike was pumped for the Cat 5. I mean, that really shook me. But I'm pumped to see this, folks. This camera view that we have, finally it's up and working again. And big shout out to Andy and Omar for making that a reality. So boy, that camera view is going to be pretty crazy tomorrow. Anyway, all that being said, thank you very much to all of you who have stuck it out. To our folks on Twitch, to she don't want me to say her name, so I don't know what to say. There's a fishing influencer that reached out to us and has like upped our Twitch game like immensely in a very short period of time. Thank you very much. Someone said, Jack, do a face reveal. Y'all get us to 1 million followers or subscribers on TikTok. Yeah, 1 million on TikTok and 1 million on YouTube. Jack will reveal his face. I'm throwing that one out there. I'm sorry, Jack. Jack said, give him $1 million. So yeah, $1 million in super chats. No. Of course, I'm kidding. Please keep your money. You guys can't hear Jack in my ear here. David can hear him, I think. Thank you very much again for joining us. We really appreciate it. This has been, this is why we as meteorologists do our job, to disseminate critical information to the people. Of course, we love science. It's exciting, but of course, this is a very real and life-threatening situation. I need to reiterate to people, take this very seriously. Listen to the communications from your local emergency management officials. I am just a guy talking to you through your screen. The folks on TV, and I come from that world, they're fantastic as well. Going to be a long couple of days for folks down in Fort Myers, Orlando, Tampa, all of the TV markets in between. But you need to listen to your local emergency management officials. They are the ones that truly know your community best. Listen to what they have to say. You are running out of time for preparations. Get those done tonight. On that note, we are going to round things out here. I have preparations to do at my house in Orlando. We will be back tomorrow streaming throughout landfall of major Hurricane Milton. Right now, a Category 5 hurricane, not expected to be one at landfall, but still expected to be a destructive, historic hurricane at landfall wherever it happens to go there in the southwestern coastline of Florida. That will be late tomorrow evening, early Thursday morning. A very busy next couple of days for the state of Florida. From all of us on the My Radar team, for Dr. David Ruglicki, for Jack in the back, and our hardworking software developers, have a fantastic rest of your evening as best you can. Stay safe and stay dry. We will see you back here tomorrow. See ya.
We're getting inside of it! We're getting inside the tornado right now, right here! We are in the tornado!
In the tornado right here!
Tornado! We deploy
Power lines are coming down! Stop it right here! Stop right here!
We gotta back up!
Back it up! Back it up!
Oh! Roof's going! Roof's gone right now! Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. So you can see power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't disclaimer. Obviously, I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, there's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that getting to this point was dangerous. The first out of the eye, I mean, look at all the damage just on this little stretch of highway.
Flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news, though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it